right now, right now, right now. That we pretend that airplanes in the night sky like shooting stars. I can really use a wish right now, right now, right now. Yeah.
Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You'll never have the sacred stone.
Oh, this you crazy mother.
You are now about to witness the strength of street knowledge.
right. How's everybody doing tonight? Hopefully everything is coming through pretty good. Looks like my mic might be a little bit hot. I'm gonna turn that down just a little bit. Yeah, I've been trying to get, I got this new microphone and all this crap and playing around with it, probably overdoing it, but hey, it is what it is. Yeah, I got the lights out. I just felt like it. How you doing, Miss Katie? Always a pleasure having you here. So, yeah, I did start the music a little bit early because I really wanted to get this party started as close to being on time as possible. So, yeah, here we are. We are going to be having episode 8 in the series Rise of the Fall. It's 2011. It is titled NCAA versus Miami. I had so many options, and I just went with that one. That's good, Katie. I'm glad you're doing good. So, again, I did it right that time. There we go. I'll get it right one day. Check it out, corner. I did add Studio One Live's channel. The only thing is, if I did learn that if you search for Studio One Live, it won't come out. But if you put in the I hope I didn't make it too small. It should be next. Well, maybe you can pause it, screenshot it, but it's actually a different. But anyway, Studio One Live is the real deal. Now, if you watched Shad's Roundtable show Saturday night, excellent show as always. In the live chat, it was after Studio One Live come on. You could just kind of scroll, as you watch it when it gets to Studio One Live being on. I did put the link in there, but yeah, it's cool. So yeah, check it out, corner. Y'all make sure y'all give those folks some love. Also, if y'all know of any good people, let us know in the chat. I'm not looking for the big timers, just the regular old people like us, just out here doing what we do. And the other night on Shad's show, the Roundtable, Shad was giving me some great compliments on this series that we're doing, and I really appreciate Shad for doing that. That's awfully very, very kind of him. I appreciate it. Also, on the other day, it was late last week, I think, but Bottom of the Map, their latest episode, Israel, yeah, they did, but it'd be all right. Also, Israel gave us a good compliment on the series. That I thought that was very, very kind of them to give the compliments. I do appreciate it. Again, it's nice to have your fellow person, give you compliments. But again, I don't do this for the pats on the backs or the likes or the subscriptions or anything like that. Which Mr. Daryl Page, I appreciate you. I appreciate you subscribing to the channel. And speaking of names, there we are. Y'all know who I am. But in case somebody watches this, maybe some young man in Pakistan is up in the middle of the night and sees this. What is this, man? What is this? What is this? What is this craziness? I'm not trying to be insulting. I'm just trying to do my best Pakistani, just to kind of be in character. That's all. So yeah, thanks to Shad, thanks to Ike Israel for the fine compliments. I do thank y'all. So, last Monday when we was doing episode 7, it was just, man, it was like, Limp Bizkit's one of those days. It was such a frustrating day for me, and I do apologize for the quality craftsmanship of the show if it seemed a little bit off, and I'm not going to get into my little tirade. Probably could have been a little, but I still stand by what I say. And we discussed that on the round table. I'm not going to get into Shad's show because if you haven't watched it, I really want you to go to watch it. It's good stuff. Good stuff. But yeah, I think this week I got some, I think I kind of streamlined things a little bit. Also, like I said, hopefully, if you do watch the Shad show from Saturday, I probably sound like I was in a tin can because I was trying to use the microphone on the camera I got. But Saturday was a crazy day because I had worked that Friday night. I had pulled a 16, got home about 9:30 Saturday morning. Try to get a little sleep, get up, do this. I'm not going to miss Shad's show if I don't have to. So anyway. Oh, exactly. It's the fellowship. You exactly. See, you get it, Katie. You get it. You get it. And I will say, what was that dude's name the other night, Katie? Was it Rob Roy, Rob Roy, something like that, where I guess he felt that since he was an alumnus from 2017 that, he felt like whatever, which is cool. But I will say this, and it was out of respect for Shad. But when somebody says I'm anti-Kane, you'd have been better off calling me a Florida State fan or a Florida Gator fan. No. Don't ever, you call me what you want, okay? Don't ever say I'm anti-Kane. I am not anti-Kane. All right? All the stuff that we talked about in Shad's show the other night had nothing to do with the players. Nothing to do with them whatsoever. We don't ever insult or downgrade the players. We may, I may talk about the 8 for 23 and, the savior of South Beach, but that's not because Emory's not worth a flip. It's just right now he's not. And then it just goes back to all the noise and all the stuff that people are saying, which today on Twitter, Shad put a tweet out about, basically now, everybody's talking about how Mario is, this portal transfer tycoon, I called him. Today it's about him. Yesterday it was about he's this master recruiter. But now, he's this tycoon of the transfer portal. Or, But and then today, probably about, I don't know, maybe an hour ago, the Twitter X was abuzz about this young man, this tight end that committed. Now he's back to a master recruit. See, I'm confused. Okay. It's like people are talking, and I'm not talking like regular folks like us. I'm talking about these paid actors. Okay. They talk out of both sides of their mouth because I guess they don't want to. That way they have an excuse. Let's see, Katie. Yeah, it was Rob Roy. I shut him down quick on that. Yeah. And I saw that. I saw that. But again, I've always said, and I always stand by what I say. All opinions, all points of view are welcome. Okay. At least over here. All right. But don't, the one thing I ask, don't come in here and pull that alumni card, as you say, Katie. Don't do that. All right. Just because you went to the school, or in Miss Katie's circumstance at the school, a student at the school, don't use that to look down your nose at us like you're some almighty fan because you went to school there or you are enrolled at that school. I mean, I'm happy for you. God bless you. Go live life. Love it. But that doesn't automatically qualify you as the Hurricane fan. And don't come out here talking about people being anti-Kane. No. It's just when you got an $8 million coach, you kind of expect things. And my gosh, I don't know. Well, anyway, that's and that, I guess, the recruit or the portal. I mean, last thing I'll talk about before we get into all this history lesson for the night. Emory will make a great scout team quarterback. Oh, that's funny, Katie. Maybe, I don't know, but Emory's still young. He's inexperienced, but we'll save that for a whole nother time. Besides, this coming Saturday, I believe, is the spring game, and Lord knows what the experts are going to say or not say. But like we said Saturday night, it don't count. All right. So recruit or portal. Again, at the beginning of this Mario tenure, he was talking about rebuilding or getting the recruits in and building things. And now all of a sudden we got to go after the portal, and come on, man. It's kind of like when you're on the interstate and you got people just all over the place. They all in all the lanes. It's like, man, just find you a lane and stay in it, Oh, I agree, Katie. Katie's, let's see here. Katie says, well, Kiffin is the portal king and Brahms no slouch. Right. Oh, no. But what I'm saying is one or the other. Now, granted, I've said this before. I stand by what I say. Miami did not need to get Cam, and Miami did not need to get Poffenberger, in my opinion. In my opinion, we didn't need them. Could have used that $1 million for some, maybe some linemen or something. And it's no disrespect to Cam or Poffenbarger. No, it's just the principle of the fact. You have Mr. Brown. You got 8 for 23, and you got Judd. And if y'all have been paying attention these last few weeks, that's a pretty good setup compared, So anyway, it is what it is. Whatever makes the team successful, whatever sets these young men up for success on the field, off the field, it's all good. It's all good. So we are going to get this party started. get my notebook out, or my other notebook. All right. I'm going to get the StreamYard up in just 1 second. Just y'all be patient if you want to jump in. All right. So here we are. Just a quick look. We do our quick recap of 2010. It was Shannon's last season. The team went 7-6 overall, 5-3 in the Coastal. Randy Shannon was fired after the South Florida loss, which Miami actually ended the regular season 7-5. So, take that for what it's worth. And of course, Miami lost to Notre Dame in the Sun Bowl, which made them 7-6 overall. Now, the crazy thing is the crazy thing is Al Golden, he was hired or signed the contract or whatever on like the 14th of December of 2010. He signed a 5-year contract, and he was actually at the Sun Bowl. He didn't start the coaching duties. I believe it was Stoutland that took over the coaching duties for that game, the Sun Bowl. And the big topic of discussion was the Nevin Shapiro situation. Hence the title, NCAA versus Miami. I'm not gonna get into all that. It was what it was. Little Nevin apparently wasn't getting what he wanted, since he was already in prison for a Ponzi scheme or something, and he's giving Shalala checks, and he's running on the field with the team, and apparently some of the players, this is all alleged now, because there was no convictions. Of course, that was because the NCAA fumbled it. Anyway, so as a result of the off season between 2010, early 2011, some of these players got like a boat ride. I think somebody got a washing machine. I don't know. And it's funny because, it was a big deal, because at the time, the talking heads were talking about, well, Miami should just go ahead. They should have got rid of the football, da-da-da-da-da. And now we're paying a guy $974,000 a year for 1 year of service as a quarterback. My, how times have changed. I mean, that's 13 years ago. 13. So, as a result, we had 8 players get suspended for violations. Olivier Vernon, defensive end, he got 6 games. Safety Ray Armstrong got 4. Defensive end Dyron Dye got 4 games. So apparently, I think Mr. Vernon must have got the washer-dryer combo during the boat ride. I don't know. Ray and Dyron, they must have took 2 boat rides. I don't know. And then all serving the other 5 that are serving 1 game suspensions is wide receiver Travis Benjamin, defensive tackle Marcus Fortson, quarterback Ja'Cory Harris, defensive end Adewale Jomo, and linebacker Sean Spence. All right. So let's go ahead and continue with the preseason. I'm going to go ahead and share this screen. So it's a whole new coaching staff, another offensive coordinator for Mr. Harris. I believe this is his 3rd in his 4 years here, because Ja'Cory is a senior. So we have Al Golden, the head coach. Oh, hey, look, I was kind of wondering. Katie, because it was kind of, I'm like, man, what is this dude doing, man? But anyway, that was crazy stuff. All right, so we got Al Golden, the pride of Temple. Going to get to that in the next slide. Jed Fish, he was the offensive coordinator and quarterback coach. D'Onofrio, defensive coordinator. That's Al's barbecue buddy. And then welcome back, the offensive line coach for Miami, Art Kehoe. Larry Coker did that man wrong, did him dirty. Jethro Franklin, defensive line coach. We have George McDonald, wide receiver coach. Brennan Carroll, tight ends, and the national recruiting coordinator. Paul Williams, defensive backs. Michael Barrow, he is the special teams coordinator and linebacker coach. And Terry Richardson is the running back coach and Florida recruiting coordinator. So let's look at Al Golden's head. Wow, I cannot spell. All right, I'm going to get that out the way. There we go. I did not know Mario was related to Ruiz. I did not know that. Yeah, I'm going to go. Look, see, I was illiterate. Yeah. Go ahead. Y'all make fun of me. I can hear it now. Hey, this dude, he don't know what he's talking about. He can't even spell coaching. Typo. I'm sorry. That's not the point of the slide. All right. So, I can't believe I did that. I tried so hard to make this stuff, and I blew it. All right. So, this is Al Golden's head coaching career. Now, this is, since we started this series, we finished up near the end of Coker. We started with Shannon, but none of them would, Shannon wasn't a head coach, so that's why I didn't have the numbers on him. But we do have Golden's, and we'll probably do the same for Rick. But anyway, so Golden come from Temple. All right. So in 06, when he took over Temple, they went 1-11. 07, 4-8. 08, 5-7. I mean, they're progressing. And then in 09, they went 9-4. And then 2010, 8-4. And Miami hired him. Quickly, by the way. They hired him very quickly. All right. So let's look at the schedule for 2011. Now, these rankings are preseason rankings. Okay. So this is as if the reason why I do the preseason is kind of like as if, it's August 2011, schedule's out, or May, June, whatever, when the schedule come out. This is what it would have looked like. Now, as we get through the season, they're going to change, but I just wanted to do the preseason. That'd only be the fair thing to do. Basically, it's kind of the same schedule Miami's had these last few seasons, with the exception of Kansas State. All right, so the players that were drafted, yeah, I did spell good on this one, so I'm good. So the players that were drafted from the 2010 team in the 2011 draft, in the second round, Orlando, we may have covered this in the postseason part of the other one, but I want to kind of get into a rhythm here. So Orlando Franklin went to the Broncos in the second round. Brandon Harris, cornerback, went to the Texans in the second round. Hankerson went to the Redskins in the third round. DeMarcus Van Dyke, the Raiders in the third. Alan Bailey to the Chiefs in the third. Colin McCarthy went in the fourth round to the Titans. Richard Gordon went to the Raiders, and Bosher went to the Falcons. Both Gordon and Bosch are in the 6th round, as you can see. All right. The recruiting, the incoming recruits. There we go. Ruiz got Mario hired, going to the administration. Problems. Well, you know, Katie. Okay, we're going to take a time out for just a second. Let's take a time out. Let's take a time because Katie has brought up some very, very interesting facts. So I'm going to stop the lesson. This is interesting. You know, it makes a lot of sense. You know, with Mario being related to Ruiz and Mario getting the job. And you know, I'm gonna change my let me change my scene here. There we go. So yeah, that can answer a lot of questions. That's starting to make a lot of sense. Did not know that. Bottom felt the guy's now going broke and getting his stuff repoed. Wow. So I wonder what that does for Mario's paycheck. Nah, Shad, I got candles lit. I couldn't afford my electric bill this month. So I just turned some candles on. Nah, I just wanted to see how my camera does in the low light. You know, that's all. Oh, crap. You know what I need to do? I need to go ahead. See, you know, I get started. I go on my little rants and I completely forget about everything that I need to do. All right. Oh, Shad. All right. But hey, Katie, I appreciate I had no idea, Katie. Thank you for that. That's interesting. That shines a new light, no pun intended. That shines a new light on the situation. Wow. Crazy stuff. All right. So I had to go with the ESPN. I went with the ESPN site because the 247, but the Rivals was not really jiving. So I double checked against the roster, and the ESPN website was a little more accurate. So yeah, you noticed that. Yeah, exactly, Katie. I tell you, we got some. I always talk about how good y'all are and how great good people y'all are, but damn, Katie, that's late breaking news. All right, so this is the recruiting class, and if I'm not mistaken, according to Rivals.com, this was the number 36 recruiting class in the nation. Again, that's Rivals. I didn't look at On3, OnStar, whatever. It's just, so we'll just for the sake of argument, we'll say number 35. Okay. So we got Anthony Chickalo out of Tampa, 4-star according to ESPN. Kevin Grooms, athlete from Hollywood, another 4-star. And this young man here, Dallas Crawford, I think I heard that name before. Dallas Crawford. He came in as a cornerback, 4-star. Dallas was a good player. Grimble from Vegas, the Bishop Gorman. Sound familiar? He was a 4-star. Gianni Paul, linebacker from Kathleen, 3-star. Mr. Philip Dorsett. He was only a 3-star, according to this, coming out of high school at St. Thomas Aquinas. I don't know. I tell you what, though, I'll take Philip Dorsett as a freshman coming out of high school on this 2024 team right now. Okay. Denzel Perryman, linebacker, Coral Gables High. He was only a 3-star. So, again, apparently Olsen Pierre, Thomas Finney are finding. Rashawn Scott and Matt Gudis was absent the day of yearbook photos. They were all 3 stars. You got a defensive end, cornerback, wide receiver, and a kicker. Ricardo Williams, defensive end. Antonio Kennard. He wasn't available for yearbook photos. He was an outside linebacker. Eddie Johnson. Taylor Gabois. I hope I pronounced that right. Corey King, Thurston Armbrister. But it's crazy because you got all these 3 stars here, 3 stars, but they have now again. This is ESPN. I believe the rivals had about the same thing, but really Philip Dorsett and Denzel Perryman. 3 stars, and you saw what they did at Miami. Again, I'll take Denzel Perryman and Phillip and Dallas Crawford. I would take them straight from high school and put them on the starting lineup on this 2014. That's right. I said it. Yeah. Whoops. I'm getting excited here. Come on, dude. Now, talking about transfers, Shad, I had to refamiliarize myself, but Storm Johnson transferred to USF during this 11 season too. All right, so they did get a transfer, Dalton Botts. He was a punter from Moore Park College. And Ryan Williams, quarterback. He came in as a junior. I think he came in as a redshirt junior from the University of Memphis. All right, so something new here. Something new. Yeah, I know. But then again, the running back room was stacked, dude. I mean, it was like 20 people in that running back room. We're going to get into that in a second. So something new, a new slide. Everybody sit back and enjoy it. So this case, I got these names from the ACC media guide for 2011. If it's wrong, don't blame me, blame the ACC. So on offense, Travis Benjamin, Sontrell, Harlan Gunn, Brandon Washington, Tyler Horn, Ja'Cory Harris, all coming back. Defense, Olivier Vernon, McKenna Regis, Marcus Fortson, Ramon Buchanan, Spence, Talamac, JoJo Nichols. You know what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 guys on defense that I would take on the 2024 team. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Another 6 that I would take on the 2024 team. You see how hard it is? I mean, who would not take those, what's that? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. You wouldn't take those 13 guys and put them on the 2024 team. I would. See how hard that was? But I digress. Okay, so here we go. Now, again, y'all have to bear with me on these slides because there was no hard copy of the 2011 media guide for Miami football. They decided to do a digital copy of it. And apparently the powers that be, the propaganda priest, burned all of them. So I couldn't find one, so I had to do what I could do. All right, so this is the roster. The depth chart as of June 27th, 2011. Harris, Morris, Whipple, ECM, and, Miller, Lil Mike James. I say Lil Mike James, but Mike James. And then the receivers. Benjamin, Bird, Hearn, Streeter. Tompkins had a little bit. You got Dorsett, Aldarius Johnson, And one thing I do remember and I did notice is the receivers. The receivers, 09, 10, 11, tall, tall. They weren't no 5'10", 5'11". Big old boys. Tight ends. Oh, shoot. Come on, dude. I got to get my stuff together here. Got Walford coming in as a freshman. Chase Ford's a senior. Calhoun, Isles, Sanders, Corey White. Offensive line. Not a bad group of guys right there. Not a bad group of guys. Excuse me. And of course, we got the defensive line. I mean, hell, I'll take these four right here. Fortson, Ojimo, Regis, and I'd take those four over the 2024 right now. Yes, I would. Yes, I would. Of course, and here's our what say, Pop Daddy?
What's up?
How you doing this evening?
I'm doing great. Just left the gym. Threw down a couple of 360 dunks, windmills. You know how I do it.
I know how you do it. Second coming of Dominique Wilkins.
No, I'm the second coming of Vince Carter.
Oh, not Vince Carter. Yeah. Dunking over the European dude?
Yeah.
There you go. So, yeah, again, you see how hard it was for me? The returning starters, those 12, 13 guys, boom, they're already in. But, yeah, I mean, look at the defensive backfield, dude. It was crazy. And then really nobody's worried about the kickers. All right, so where are we at? So that's basically it for the preseason. Now, we are going to get in the fun part. We're going to hit this schedule. So, if y'all give me just 1 second to change my film reel here. Let me get this up. There it is. There we go. All right. Bam. Here we go. All right. Let me get it over here. Uh-oh. Make that a little bigger. All right. So here we go. We have on Labor Day night. Oh, what did Katie say? Except for recruits that haven't played a down, this roster is 12. All the hype is because of one man, Cam Morton. He hasn't proven squat here yet. Show me. Okay, girl. There you go. All right. So here we are. Of course, we have those 8 guys out. Vernon, Armstrong, Dye, Benjamin, Fortson, Harris, Ojimo, and Spence. So this is a prime time September night, 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock Eastern, Bird Stadium in College Park, Maryland. And yes, it was on ESPN, I believe. Here's our depth chart. Something else I kind of added just to kind of give an idea of who was there. Of course, Stephen Morris gets the start. Hearn just getting a little time, but yeah, Morris was in there. And as you can see, Miami did drop it 32-24. I did have some game notes in that actually 14 points were scored on, here we go. You had a 30-yard fumble recovery. All right. And then there was a 54-yard interception return in which, I mean, Miami was only down 24 to 20 or 26 to 24 in the fourth. As you can see, it was like under a minute left. Actually, Miami was winning until about a minute and a half left on a field goal by Maryland. But they were driving down the field and Morris just threw a pick. You know, they ran it back. Game, set, and match. And looking at the stats, I mean, Maryland had 10 more first downs than Miami, but Miami had 172 yards rushing to Maryland, 151. Passing yards, Miami had 195, but Maryland had 348. Kind of tells you what they did. Morris was 19 of 28, 2 interceptions. Maryland 31 of 44 for 1 interception. And the one thing that I always look at, where he at? There it is. Third down conversion. It's kind of equal. Miami was 6 of 13 and Maryland was 6 of 14. So Miami was just a shade under 50%, which wasn't too bad, I guess. Let's see. Yeah, they had the 2 interceptions. You had 2 fumble losses. I mean, you had, it's about 4 turnovers there. Can't do too good doing that. All right, so individual offensive stats. Miller come out, 18 rushes for 119 and a touchdown. He had a long one of 41. James had 34. Like I said, Morris, 19 to 28. He did have the 2 interceptions, but he did get 195 yards. Again, we've been saying this for the last few seasons, but the ball was spread out. Hearns had 69, Streeter, touchdown, Tommy, 55, Bird, 32, so forth and so on. So, I mean, you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10 people. Well. Guess who we have here? Where have you been and how have you been, stranger?
Oh,
I have been traveling. I've been hearing. I've been getting in trouble. But, I've been listening and I've been watching from far as I don't want to interrupt the show, but, I got bones to pick, right?
Uh-oh.
Yeah. So if you're from South Florida with a New York accent, you're not you're not real. But it's John, I have a bone to pick with you.
All right.
You might get mad at me or whatever. I hope to be honest, I hope you do get mad, Jordan. There's one thing that bothers me about you, Jordan, and you did this before. You don't need to apologize for shit.
No.
No, let me finish.
I'm listening.
You are a great human being, right? And people get on your shit, F them. You don't, if you cuss me out, I prefer that. I don't need you to apologize to me later because that's raw, real you. You don't have to come back and do a retractment and none of that stuff. You're great as it is, man. Don't let, if that's one thing that does bother me about you, you come back the next day and apologize. You don't have to do that, man. You are a great person. You have a great show. You should not, bring yourself down for nobody. So if you cuss me out, that's what the thing about us here. You cuss me out, Shaz cuss me out, studio. But there's a thing of respect, right? So we don't come back the next show. Hey, you cut, but we don't. We're all grown here. You don't need to apologize to a damn person, especially a person that's from South Florida that speaks New York and is not real. So don't do that, right? We're all big boys here. We all know how to debate. Myself, you, Shad, Coach Hayes, you talk. What I'm saying? There's people out there that know how to debate. There's a lot of people out here that can debate. There's some people that cannot, and they just follow other people and just don't let them change who you are. That's my biggest gripe with you, Jordan, is you should not have apologized to a effing soul. Be yourself, man. Don't you didn't do anything wrong. They say stupid stuff. Let's put it this way: when people say stupid things, they don't come back the next day and retract, right, their statement. Like the stupid thing that, oh, this is the first time I ever seen Canes player, train during the spring break, right? That was a complete disrespect to everybody that put that U on the helmet. We did not put that U on our helmet. They don't come back and apologize. We didn't hear people apologize when they said we were going to win the ACC Coastal, the ACC when Mario was hired, right? You're not going to hear that. So don't apologize to these effing losers. You're too good for that. That's my piece to you, John.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm just glad to see you back. I missed you, dude. I really have.
I've been in time. I've been punished a little bit.
I thought maybe Ben took you out in the third round. I don't know.
No. That loser will never. But this is what I think. If you talk shit to me, you better just as you see me and Coach Hayes talk shit to each other, and if you can't talk shit, don't do it. I'm the wrong person because I have a sharp tongue, and I'm I can come at you pretty.
Yeah, I kind of got that idea about you.
Yeah, so if you're going to bring that energy towards me, expect it back probably.
Right.
Don't, like I said, if you're going to step to battle and talk trash, step in the room, battle, talk trash. Don't run away like a puss.
Right. All right. Anything else, dude?
No, I mean, Shad was on today.
Yeah.
Oh, fun fact. Go look at Mario's middle name.
Mario's middle name?
Yeah. Go look at Mario's.
I'm going to write that down.
Oh, no, just look at it. You're going to laugh. It's like I've been saying, it's a 2.0. If Puff Daddy knows the answer, that'll be fun. It starts with an M.
Okay. Well, I mean, we'll check that out. Can't wait. All right, so let's see here. Where were we? Yes. So, Maryland, you had Meggett had 21 carries for 92 yards. O'Brien 6 for 37. Pickett 6 for 22. O'Brien was 31 of 44 with the interception and 348 yards with one touchdown, longest pass play of 52. And their receivers, as you can see, they did their thing. Let's see here. Defense did not have any sacks, but we did have 5 tackles for loss for 13 yards against Maryland. Maryland did get to Steven 2 times for 12 yards and 6 tackle for losses for 22. All right, so here we go. The game. Miami versus your Miami Hurricanes, not ranked, taking on number 16 Ohio State. We're at Sun Life Stadium. I remember this game too. Actually, now I'm going to let the numbers speak. Okay, so here's our starting lineup. Of course, like I said, Benjamin, Fortson, Harris, Ojimo, and Spence are back from their suspension. Still don't have Vernon, Armstrong, or Dye. But again, if you can't find 12 players off of this depth chart that could play right now, I don't know what to tell you. I'm going to be throwing those little punches in all night, so you might as well get used to it. All right, so Miami comes out and just totally...
1 second. So this is what bad culture looks like when you have a NCAA pro in your program, and there is this is when you have a probation, right? And that's a bad culture there. Not what the hell we're going through now. Sorry, just had to put that in.
Well, I mean, you can't be taking boat rides and buying getting washer and dryers and stuff,
Well, what are you supposed to do in Miami? If you're living in Nebraska, you're riding horses. Are you gonna suspend people for riding horses?
Not in Nebraska, no. But anyway, like I said earlier at the beginning, I'm not gonna really get into all the Nevin Shapiro stuff. I'm just gonna go into how it affected, with suspensions and stuff. Now, if we want to talk about it, it's just going to piss me off, but who cares? It's all alleged because Miami was never convicted of anything. Anyway, let's get back to Ohio State. So yeah, basically Miami held Ohio State to 2 field goals. Harris come out and it's just like, it was a totally different team. It was crazy. I mean, now it was about the same on first downs. Miami had 240 yards rushing against a Big Ten team. That's crazy. Now, Ohio State did have 174 yards rushing. I had to double check this when I saw this number, but apparently all Ohio State did was run the ball. And when I went back and looked at it, like, damn, that's really, yeah. 35 yards for Ohio State passing. They were 4 of 18 with an interception. Miami 250 yards passing, 16 of 23, 2 interceptions. Miami outgained them 363 to 209. Miami did fumble the ball twice, but did not lose it. For Ohio State did. And of course, the all-important 3rd down conversion. Look at that. Miami, 9 of 15. This is the second game in a row. Miami was over 50% on 3rd down conversions. No. Last week, they were just a shade under. So we balance it out. Ohio State was 4-12. Now, it really wasn't a good year for Ohio State, but who cares? They got beat. So looking at the individual offensive stats, I mean, Miller went off. Lamar went off. He had 26 rushes for 184. All right. James got a little bit. He had 12 for 45. I mean, Ohio State had 34 rushing attempts for about 174. They did lose 16, but Ja'Cory comes in. He's 16 of 23. He did have 123 yards passing. But I mean, when you're running the ball for 240 yards, who really cares how many passing yards you get? Now he had 2 touchdown passes, but he did have 2 interceptions. But again, not making excuses. It was his first game back on the season. Let's see here. Bowserman was 2 of 14 for 13 yards, and Braxton Miller was 2 of 4 for 22 with an interception. So looking at the receiving yards, again, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You had 8 guys catching the ball. Again, distributing the passes. That's what I like. I really like that. Hearns had 54. Touchdown Tommy 44, et cetera, et cetera. And not much for Ohio State. Looking at the defensive numbers right quick, no sacks. Ohio State did not get any sacks. They had 3 tackles for loss for 4 yards. Miami, on the other hand, Chicolo, freshman, and Mr. Smith, they both had a sack for a total of 10 yards. And we had 3 tackles for loss for 12 yards. All right. Now, the next game. Kansas State I remember this game like it was yesterday. Let me tell you why. First off, I believe this was the Kansas State team that was Arthur Brown transferred out to Kansas State that year. But I remember I was at work and I was listening to it on QAM, WQAM. And I was on my way home during the last part of it. And y'all know what I'm talking about. So, let's get into it. Here is our starting depth chart. If anybody wants to take a look, it's basically the same thing. Right now, like I said, we still got Vernon, Armstrong, and Dye doing their suspensions. Yes. Miami loses at 28-24. And what I was talking about earlier was I was on my way home, and that's when Miami had got the ball back at the end of the fourth quarter. They were driving down the field. And I had just pulled into my driveway when Ja'Cory did that little quarterback keeper around the end to try to get into the corner of the end zone, where the announcer on the radio said he scored. So I'm like, yeah, honking my horn, hooping and hollering. Neighbors are over there cooking and barbecuing, and they're like, what? And they figured Miami must have. But then come to find out, Ja'Cory was about a yard short and blew it. And the crazy thing was Miami was on the 3-yard line with 1st and goal with 2 minutes left and could not punch it in. Time expired on them. So that was my experience with that game. It just pissed me off because they should have won that game. But anyway, so Miller did have a 59-yard run. Benjamin did catch a 34-yard touchdown pass. So, I mean, it was kind of close throughout. The biggest lead was 21-10, but Miami did try to come back. Looking at the numbers, pretty close. 18-16 on first downs. Rushing, Kansas State just ran the ball 265 to Miami's 139. Passing, Kansas State only had 133. Miami had 272. Kansas State was 12 of 18 on passing. Ja'Cory was 21 of 31 with 1 interception. Miami outgained them 411 to 398. But I can still see Ja'Cory running around the end right now. Third down conversions. Miami was 4 of 10. That is Miami, right? Yes. So we'll make sure I got my columns right. Miami was 4 of 10. K-State was 9 of 15. All right. So Miller, 18 rushes for 106 yards. Harris, he had 4 for 14. If he'd have got the 15, could have won the game. I shouldn't say that. Like I said, Harris, 21-31. He did have an interception, 272 with 2 touchdowns. And he was not sacked. Kansas State, John Hubert, he had 18 for 166. Colin Klein, 22 for 93. The quarterback, Colin Klein, was 12 of 18, 133, 2 touchdowns. Receiving, again, everybody touched the ball. Benjamin had 91 yards. Streeter, 31. Dorsett, 41. Benjamin and Streeter, Pop Daddy decided to step out for a second there. Yeah, that's true, Katie. 240 yards. Yeah, you were talking about that. Yeah, but so yeah, Miami had 272 yards receiving. Everybody got a touch of the ball. K-State, 133 yards receiving. On defense, I mean, you had one tackle for loss for 2 yards, but Miami's defense had 3 sacks. Spence, Futch, and Fortson all had sacks. They had 8 tackles for loss of 28 yards. Like Spence was coming into his own. And like I said, they lost it. They couldn't get in on that first and goal with 2 minutes left. Miami drops to 1-2. So the next week, Miami plays Bethune-Cookman. I mean, it's Bethune-Cookman again. No disrespect to Bethune-Cookman, but it's Bethune-Cookman. Again, here's everybody who was starting. In case you ever want to check this out for future reference. All right. And yeah, as expected, Miami wins 45-14. Probably really the only interesting fact was Bethune jumped out to a 7-0 lead in the first quarter. Miami didn't score until the second quarter. Actually, they didn't score until 7 minutes left in the second quarter. Touchdown, Tommy had a 56-yard pass from Jakari. Miller had a 43-yard run. Kane had a 59-yard interception return. Boston College did have 24 first downs to Miami 15. Bethune-Cookman, excuse me. Sorry about that. They had 219 yards rushing, Miami 126. Passing, 203 for Bethune, 209 for Miami. It's pretty good yardage for Bethune. Miami was 15 of 20 passing. Bethune 23 of 38 with 1 interception. Total offense, Bethune actually outgained Miami 422 to 335. Again, it could have been because maybe the backups were in. Maybe they got a few extra yards on that. I don't know. I really didn't watch the highlights of that game. All right. Where are we at? All right. So Miami was 3 of 9 on third down. Bethune was 7 of 18. Offensive stats. Miller had 14 for 102 on rushing. Eduardo Clements got 4 touches for 37. We did have 2 sacks on Jakari. Morris had a -4. Morris did come in. He was 3 of 3. Harris, 12 of 17, 175, 2 touchdowns. Receiving, again, 8 different people got touches. Now Lamar did have a -3 yards passing, but I mean, it is what it is. Got caught behind the line probably, but
I have to jump on, but I'll be listening.
Okay, no problem. Mr. Love, I guess that's Androni. I hope I don't mispronounce the young man's name, but he's probably not young anymore. But Mr. Lovett, he had 7 rushes for 65. David Blackwell, 5 for 53. I mean, Anthony Jordan, 49, et cetera. They had 219 yards rushing. Again, I apologize. I didn't look at the highlights to see who was in, who was out. Now, I mean, I could, I don't want to get too involved, but when I get these game notes, these stats off of College Press Box, they do also have the quarter by quarter stats also, but we'd be here for a week doing one season. But anyway, receiving, like I said, everybody got a piece of the action. Again, with Bethune, it's like everybody kind of got a little bit, totaled up to 203 yards rushing, with the longest being Mr. Courtney Keith had 23 yards. That was the longest pass play. So they probably just kind of nickeled and dimed it. But anyway, all right. Forgot to look to see because no. I was looking at the return yards because Mr. Benjamin was doing some great stuff in that punt return. If he wasn't dropping it. All right, so Bethune, they had two sacks. They had 4 tackles for losses. Miami, yeah, you can see it. Good Lord, everybody and their brother got in the game, like I figured. You had 8 sacks for Miami. Spence had 1. Robinson had 3. Regis 1. Chicolo 2. Ojimo had 1. They did have 10 tackles for loss for 43 yards. All right. So here we are. This is game number 5, Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech is 17. They are at Lane Stadium. So Miami comes into this 2-2. I thought Virginia Tech was 21, but they have them at 17. So, let's get into it. Here's our depth chart. Let's see. I believe Ray is back. Is Ray back? Yeah, Ray's back, and Dyron Dye is back, the defensive end. But he's not starting. Okay. So that leaves us. So that just leaves Vernon still out. All right. It's Virginia Tech and Blacksburg. What do y'all think happened? Yep. 38-35. But I will say this. That quarterback, Thomas for Virginia Tech, the dude he looked slow, but he could run. So basically, as you can see, Virginia Tech was up 14-0, and then Miami got it 14-7, and then Virginia Tech went up at halftime 21-7. But in the third quarter, Miami comes out. Benjamin got a 77-yard pass from Harris. And then Streeter got a touchdown pass. And then of course, Virginia Tech bust out with the 60-yard pass. And then Miami goes with the touchdown pass and a 30-yard run. So it's like, 35. It's 35-31 Miami. But with about, they had the lead about 3 minutes left. Yes, he scored at 2:51. So with less than 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter, so Virginia Tech is on the 20-yard line. It's 4th and 1 with about a minute left to play. Guess what? Quarterback draw right up the middle. Goes in untouched. Nobody around him. Ball game. Because, it was a good game. It was really a good game. But that dang Thomas for Virginia Tech. You can see it was tight. 21 first downs to 26 for Virginia Tech. Miami had 236 yards rushing. Virginia Tech 172. Passing, Miami 283. Virginia Tech 310. Mr. Harris was 14 of 22 and no interceptions. Y'all notice anything going on with the interceptions? They're getting less and less. They're progressively getting less. Virginia Tech was 23 of 25. Miami outgained them 519 to 482. It was not a defensive struggle. Where's my third downs? Miami was 6 of 11. Uh-oh. There he is. Miami was 6 of 11. Virginia Tech was 5 of 10. So it was really, a nip and tuck game. Miller had 18 rushes for 166. Mike James, 10 for 65. Miller had that touchdown. Harris, he had 7 for 16. Oh, yeah, he lost 60. That's some sacks. Okay. Yeah, he was sacked 3 times. And again, for Virginia Tech, Wilson, 23 for 128. Thomas, 11 for 28, in which 20 of those yards came on that last play of the game, right up the middle, for a touchdown to win the game. And then that Thomas dude, if I'm not mistaken, he was probably like 7 foot tall too. He was a big old dude. Big old dude. He was 23 of 25, 310 yards, 3 touchdowns, the longest pass play of 60 yards. He was sacked 1 time. That is efficiency. I don't care how you slice it or dice it. Got an Alexa notification. Like I said, Jakari, 13 of 21, 267, 3 touchdowns. He was sacked 3 times. The longest was 77 yards. Philip Dorsett got into the action. OPD, as Puff Daddy says. He had 1 for 1 for 16 yards and a touchdown. So it was probably a receiver pass, but whatever. Receiving, again, we got 6 different people touch the ball. All right. Walford, look at Walford, freshman, 4 for 66. Tight end usage. What a concept. Hearns, 3 for 63. Miller, 3 for 23. Streeter, 2 for 30 and a touchdown. Travis Benjamin had that 1 pass for 77 yards. He had a touchdown, And then even Clements gets in. He's got 1 for 24. Boykin for Virginia Tech had 7 for 120. Cole, 5 for 91. Wilson, 4 for 25, so forth and so on. They had 23 receptions for 310 yards. So, yeah, he did. We're going to get to that. But yeah, exactly. And the funny thing is, you had some people, we were talking in the round table, some people said that Dawson was better than Fish, but we're not going to discuss that right now. But y'all just pay attention. If you've been watching the last 3 episodes, Jakari and his interceptions, pay attention this season. You're going to start seeing, just pay attention. Pay attention. All right. Boom, boom. As far as, we didn't really have anything. Okay. Defense. They had 1 sack. Chickalo had a sack. How did I miss that? Okay. Chickalo had a sack. And then you had 7 tackles for loss for 25 yards. Virginia Tech, there's your 3 sacks. They had 6 tackles for loss. So, all Miami had to do was stop them on 4th and 1. That's all they had to do. But they didn't. But again, it's Virginia Tech. They were number 17 playing at home. It was a 3:30 game. Yeah, 3:30 game. So tough place to play. All right. Next game. Game number 6. North Carolina. It was an afternoon early game. Miami comes into this 2-3. Let's see what happens. Here's our also, this is the last week for suspensions. This is Vernon's last game to sit out, and then we'll be at full strength. Really, nothing changed. Everything's still the same. And Miami hangs on to win 30-24. Some of the game notes I have from watching the highlights. Miami led 27-3 with 5 minutes left in the second. And then I guess UNC made some adjustments, as you can see right here. It was, 4-yard pass, a 27-yard pass, The fake field goal. Or no, I'm sorry. 41-yard field goal. I don't know what the hell I was thinking on that. I mean, yeah, with all but that 8 seconds left in the first half, all UNC had was a 20-yard field goal. So they go into the half 27-10. UNC had another touchdown pass, a touchdown run, and then field goal. And then with 46 seconds left in the fourth, they pulled off. UNC did a 20-yard touchdown pass, got it to 30-24. North Carolina did an onside kick. They actually recovered it, but was not able to do anything with it. So, yeah, I kind of remember that too, because like I said, Miami's up. It's 27-3 at halftime, or 27-10 at halftime, excuse me. And I'm like, cool. Could be a chance for us to finally beat North Carolina without worrying about it. But anyway, it's almost like UNC made the adjustments on defense. Miami only had a field goal. They only got 3 points, and that was in the fourth quarter. But North Carolina hit them 14 in the fourth. Got the onside kick, and I'm like, oh, no, here we go. But Miami held on. It's all that matters. So, and yeah, I mean, UNC had 25 first downs to Miami 15. All right. Oh. Miami had 44 yards rushing. 141 for North Carolina. Passing, 267 to 288. Jakari was 20 of 30. 0 interceptions. UNC was 29 of 38. UNC outgained Miami 429 to 311. Third down, Miami was 5 of 14. North Carolina was 6 of 14. So that kind of balanced out. It ain't great, but it balanced out. So looking at our stats, offensive, Miller had 16 rushes for 29 yards. I think North Carolina was on to the running game. Benjamin had 3 for 13. Like I said, Harris 20 of 30, 267. Three touchdowns. If you're paying attention, we're starting to get a few more touchdown passes. Not so many interceptions. He was sacked twice. North Carolina, Bernard had 27 rushes for 110. Renner was 29 of 37, 238, 2 touchdowns. He was sacked 4 times. His longest pass play was 39. Looking at the receiving yards for Miami, again, 2, 4, 6, 7 different folks touched the ball. Benjamin led all receivers with 8 catches for 99 and a touchdown. Tommy had 4 for 89 with the touchdown. Hearns 47, Miller 16. Also, one thing I noticed going through this is Aldarius Johnson has kind of been MIA. So I don't know. Receiving for North Carolina, I mean, you got Jones, Bernard, E. Highsmith with 82, 72, 74. Wilkins and Boyd at 22. They kind of spread around too. All right, defensive numbers. We have 4 sacks. Spence, McGee, Robinson, Kane. No, I'm sorry, Ojimo. Ojimo. They all had sacks, 4 for 23 loss. Tackle for loss, Miami had 8 for 32. Kind of the same situation with North Carolina. They had 3 sacks. They had 7 tackles for loss. So, I mean, it still baffles me how Miami held on and won that game, but they did. That's all that matters. Miami is now 3-3, heading into week 7, full strength. And it is our favorite team, Georgia Tech, If you've been paying attention, Georgia Tech has been a thorn in the side of Miami. They still continue to be a thorn in the side of Miami. So Miami comes into this game 3-3. Virginia Tech is ranked at number 22. All right. It's at Sun Life. It's a 3:30 Eastern kickoff. And Vernon is part of the he is in the game. Again, same thing. Nothing really changed with the exception of Vernon coming in, but I just wanted to throw this in there. And Miami comes out and takes care of business 24-7. Now, the only real game note I had, they had Georgia Tech had fumbled a punt. I believe that's where JoJo got the fumble recovery, and they went up. I mean, at halftime it's 21-7. Really, no big deal. The only time that Georgia Tech scored, Washington had a 1-yard run, but other than that, it was good. I mean, Georgia Tech came into this game at 6-1. 3-1 in the ACC, and Miami comes out, beats them 24-7. So crazy. Hang on. They show them as 22, and they got them at 20. Okay, so apparently the rankings I got came from Sports Reference. And these stats came from College Press Box. So it's probably USA coaches versus AP. So I apologize for the discrepancy. But still, Miami wins the game. All right, so basically they both had the same amount of first downs at 14. Rushing yards, pretty equal, but Georgia Tech outrushed Miami 134-122. Passing, Georgia Tech only had 77. Surprise, surprise. But Miami only had 140. Georgia Tech was 7 of 14 with the interception. Miami 8 of 23 with one interception. Georgia Tech was 211 yards total offense to Miami's 262. Third down conversion, Miami was 5 of 14, and Georgia Tech was 8 of 15. All right, so looking at our offensive numbers, rushing, Miller had 27 for 93 yards. Mike James, 8 for 24. Harris had 4 for 7. And, of course, it's Georgia Tech, so they probably got like 20 people got rushing yards, as you can see. Washington, 20 for 36. Sims, 10 for 29, et cetera, which altogether they had 48 rushes for 134. Passing, like I said, Harris, 8 for 23. He did have that one interception, 140 yards, longest pass play of 47. But Washington and Days, Washington was 6 of 12 with the interception for 63 yards. They just really didn't have a passing game. Wasn't much there. But for Miami, touchdown, Tommy had 3 receptions for 96, a long of 48. Dorsett gets in the action, 2 for 32. Benjamin gets 4. Clements gets 8. So there wasn't too much going on. All right, on defense, Georgia Tech did not get any sacks. They did however, have 5 tackles for loss. Miami had 2 sacks. Perriman gets in there. He gets a sack. Chicolo gets in there and gets a sack. They had 6 tackles for loss for 14 yards. So Miami they head into the next week against Virginia at home. Thursday night game on the ESPN, in front of everybody, national audience. Miami goes into the game 4-3. 4-3. I'm sorry. Forgive me. All right. Again, same depth chart as before. And Miami loses 28-21. Yeah, here we go. Mike London. All right. So some game notes that I saw from the highlights is, Miami did not score until 35 seconds left in the second right here. Streeter catches a 3-yard pass, makes it 17-7. With Virginia, you had a wide receiver screen, went for a big play. And you had a halfback pass, went for a touchdown right here, I believe. Yeah. So, I mean, now one thing that was impressive is Tommy Streeter had a 51-yard touchdown reception in double coverage at the end of the third, which was right here. The reason why I brought that out is it was pretty impressive. It was an impressive catch. And one of the keys to Virginia's success also, they did a lot of misdirection. They did some misdirection, counters, etc. And yeah, I mean, Miami got it close to 28-21, but it's Thursday night against Virginia. What'd you expect? All right. So, first downs, basically pretty even. Virginia had 21, Miami 20. Miami only had 85 yards rushing to Virginia's 207. Virginia had 12 of 21 for 263 passing. Miami, Ja'Cory was 23 of 32 for 347. No interceptions. Total offense, Virginia outgained Miami 470 to 432. And third down conversion, Miami was 2 of 9. Wow. I don't know what's more impressive, that they only had 9 third downs or they only converted 2 of them. It's like a double-edged sword. Virginia was 6 of 15. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Rushing, here we go. Miller had 16 for 70. Harris had 6 for 22. James had 4 for 2. For Virginia, Parks 16 for 85. Jones 12 for 67. Richardson 9 for 28. Passing, Harris was 21 of 30. He had 311, 3 touchdowns. His longest was 57, but he was sacked 3 times. Morris got a little playing time here and there. He was 2 of 2 for 36. Rocco was 11 of 20 for 226 and 2 touchdowns. Longest pass play was 78 yards. Receiving, Streeter had 7 for 176 and 2 touchdowns. Benjamin 4 for 68. Hearns 4 of 35. 2, 6, 8. He had 9 people catch the ball for 347 yards. And yet Miami still lost the game. Receiving for Virginia, you can see it right there. Defensive numbers, Virginia 3 sacks, like I said, for 17, 8 tackles for loss for 31. Miami did not get to the quarterback whatsoever. No sacks, but they did have 6 tackles for loss. Basically, if I remember correctly, 12 complete. Yeah. We'll go back to that. Yeah, exactly. They hit it big. It's like they just, the Virginia offense they had Miami. Miami didn't know how to stop it. It was like, it was crazy, but it was still a 28-21 game, so yeah, crazy. Okay. So with that Thursday night debacle out the way, Miami is sitting at 4-4. All right. If I'm not mistaken, there was rumblings. Possibly this could be a winning season for Miami in Golden's first year. I'm not romanticizing. I'm just saying. So, Duke, 3:30 Eastern kickoff at Sun Life. Basically, same thing. All right. Miami pulls it out 49-14. Of course, Duke was 3-4. They were 1-2. And he's back. All right. So, the one thing about this game is Lamar Miller broke the 1,000-yard rushing mark. That's the first time Miami has had a 1,000-yard rusher since 2002, and that would be McGahee.
So could Lamar Miller play on this team?
Well, I can't get into detail right now. I don't want to give away the ending of the story.
Oh, okay.
But based on the team record, no.
Oh, you're right.
That's what I was told.
But wait a minute, though. If you look at these games, Miami was in every game.
Yeah.
So that means something.
It does. Actually, now that you bring it up, let's see, the loss to Kansas State was 4 points. Virginia Tech was 3 points at the end of the game. Virginia was 7. So yeah, it's been very close.
Hey, so that means that we were supposed to be excited going into 2012. We'll be excited
for 2000. Well, you're right, Shad. But you had the cloud. The cloud was over the program. That was one thing they talked about. The cloud. There's a cloud over the program.
But that just goes to show you how people will put logic somewhere, and then when you try to take that same logic and apply it to the same situation, it's different.
Oh, but yeah.
Let's carry on. Hey, at least we beat Duke.
Yeah, and Georgia Tech. But yeah, you're right. I mean, because we'll get to it later. I'll wait till the end of the season. I got to stay on course here. So yeah, like I said, Lamar Miller he's like the second running back since McGahee to bust 1,000-yard mark, and we're only in game 9. And the crazy thing about Miller, he was a redshirt sophomore. Think about that for a second.
Yeah.
We'll get into more detail at the end of the programming. So yeah, they just came out. Duke had a touchdown pass and a touchdown run, but it was never close. It was never close. As you can see, typical how Miami should play Duke. 24-18 on first downs, 265 yards for Miami rushing to Duke's 148. Passing, again, 14-21, no interceptions for 202 yards. Duke had 22 of 32 with one interception and 194. Miami outgained them by, over 100 yards, 467 to 342. And the most important one, the third down conversion, Miami was 6 of 9. Duke was only 6 of 14. Miller had 20 rushes for 147, 2 touchdowns. Mike James, 7 for 58, 2 touchdowns. Clements got a little duty, 5 for 30. Harris, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. Morris got a play in there because sometimes they were kind of alternating them here and there for why, I don't know. But yeah, Morris was 0 for 1. And then with Duke, Renfrey, 19 of 25, 1 interception and a touchdown for 181. They did have some, Scott 12 for 52 on rushing for Duke, Boone 8 carries for 32, et cetera, et cetera. Renfrey apparently had a little quarterback run for their touchdown there. Receiving for Miami, as you can see again, the ball was spread out. We're looking at 8 different people touched the ball. Seems to be a common theme these last few seasons, unlike this past season. And Tyler Van Dyke had a cleaner pocket. Streeter, well, no, he didn't. Well, I guess he did if they only rushed 3. Yeah. Anyway, back on target here. So Streeter had 4 receptions for 62 and a touchdown. Mike James, 2 for 43. QB, how you doing this evening, sir? Benjamin, 2 for 42. Dorsett, 2 for 18 and a touchdown. Altogether, 14 receptions, 3 touchdowns for 202 yards. Basically kind of almost the same on the Duke side. Looking at the defense, Duke had no sack. They had one tackle for loss. Miami did not get a sack, but as you can see, a lot of people got in the game. They did have 4 tackles for loss. Spence had 2 of them for 4 yards. So here we are. That's week 9. Miami is 5-4, and guess who's next? That's right. Florida State. And if you remember, I believe Florida State at the start of the season, they were ranked all the way at 6. I don't know what happened. I don't care to know what happened, but I just noticed they weren't ranked. So who cares? One thing, I got some game notes on this. Ray Armstrong was suspended for tweeting. Yeah.
Hold up, I wanted to add something because I was looking up something. Mike James and Eduardo Clements, they both were 4-star running backs.
Oh yeah.
So, but that's over romanticized.
That's right. You're right. Yeah, because because the running backs that over the last, even since we started this series in 04, all the running backs have been most of them been 4 stars.
They've been over romanticized.
I know, but we're not worried about recruiting. We're going to hit that transfer portal hard, even though we got 90 people on the team and we only can have 85. But we're going to get more people in here.
And Lamar Miller was a high 4-star. So
okay, so he was still a 4-star though.
Yeah, over romanticized though.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So yeah. And the only reason why I bring up the Ray Armstrong suspension, because when I was watching the highlights, the commentator made mention of this. He was suspended for the game for tweeting about dinner with the agent and showing photos of it. Yeah. So, and again, if y'all remember correctly, Ray already served a 4-game suspension earlier. Yeah. So I don't know if that's culture or just stupidity or just bad decisions. I don't know.
So he was over romanticized.
He was over something. Okay. So let's get into this. So yes, Florida State pulls it out 23-19. And one thing I will say about this game, it could have been a whole lot worse than what it was. Florida State could have won by a whole lot more. Oh, you had Benjamin missed the punt. He let it go through his hands. And apparently at that time, the ruling was if the punt returner, if he fumbles the ball, you can't advance it. It was dead where it was because it went through Benjamin's hands, or it hit his hands, went through him. The guy picked it up, hit it for the end zone, but they had a ruling that you couldn't advance a fumble. You had to do with where it was. And then Greg Reed. Oh my gosh. He had already had an 83-yard punt return, but I think he had another punt return or a kickoff return. He ran back for a touchdown, but there was a holding penalty. All right. So, I mean, it could have been, you're talking like 37-40. Could have been a lot worse. Luckily, it wasn't. But anyway, so yeah, there's Greg Reed. He's 83-yard punt return. But, I mean, Miami stayed in it. One thing also in this game, Travis Benjamin became the 6th all-time. He was number 6 in the all-time receiving yards list at the time, which that's what.
Are you telling me that the team showed fight?
Oh yes.
Really?
Well, it was a combination of both Miami showing fight and Florida State screwing up.
But we're not worried about the other team did. But we just they showed. So you mean they didn't lay down?
No.
Was this 20?
No. This is 2011.
So it wasn't 20 years.
No.
The fourth quarter, they scored 12 points. They didn't lay down,
No, but the crazy thing is the opening drive for the game, Miami got the ball first. The opening drive, they marched down the field, but Jakari threw an interception in the end zone.
He was betting on the game, that's why.
It must have been. So, I mean, again, there's a lot of what ifs, could have, didn't happen, whatever, but the fact of the matter is, Florida State was up 23-7 at Tallahassee in the fourth quarter. But, then Miami comes back. They had the touchdown run by James, but they tried to go for 2 and the ball went through. I don't know why they say Jakari the pass failed, but the ball went through Benjamin's hands. He wasn't expecting it. But anyway, and then Mike James had another touchdown run, got it to 23-19, but of course the 2-point conversion failed. They tried the onside kick, didn't get it. Ball game. But it was a good game because don't ask me how I remembered all that watching that replay, but it's just something about the Miami Florida State game I kind of remember. Plus I wrote some things down. But yeah, that Greg Reed was a bad boy. And then look at this. Miami got 24 first downs to Florida State's 13. All right. Miami outrushed them 140-63. Jakari, 22 of 34. Like I said, he had that one interception on the opening drive. But he had 243 yards. Florida State 17 of 23 for 196. Altogether, I mean, Miami outgained them 383-259. So again, you take away the punt fumble by Benjamin. You take away that Greg Reed return. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Where is it at? There it is. Miami was 6 of 14 on third down. Florida State, 4 of 11. Oh, this is hilarious. Katie says, "Shad, you're a good man. I have to think if you're being serious or sarcastic." Come on, Katie. If you've been paying attention, it's kind of like the Marvel universe. Okay, you kind of have to watch the different movies and different series to find out what's going on. So, if you were there with us Saturday night. So we kind of cross-reference shows. So and usually if it's Shad, most of the time he's being sarcastic, unless somebody comes on and says something totally asinine in the chats, like the offensive line was small.
Oh,
I had like I said, I had that your copy of your notebook up, and when I saw that dude said that the offensive line was small, and I'm like, oh, here we go. And that's when you started your little laugh. I'm like, oh yeah, here we go. Anyway,
I mean, they were. We've never had this type of size before. Never.
No, not at all. All right, so Miller had 22 rushes for 92. Harris 6 for 31, because Harris did have a run. It kind of reminded me of that Rozier run against Notre Dame, where it's like he's running like it's almost like Jakari was running in syrup, but he ended up getting like 25 yards and gashing the defensive backs. It's crazy. It's hard to explain, but yeah, it's crazy. Morris did get a couple of reps, 2 of 3 for 18. Like I said, Harris 20 of 31 for an interception and a touchdown. Looking at receiving, again, the ball was distributed to 8 guys. Pretty close. Walford did have that touchdown pass, So Hearns 52, Streeter 68. Bird finally getting a couple of plays. Because that's one thing I noticed. A lot of the guys that we were calling their names the last 2 episodes, the last 2 seasons, you're not really saying their names much now. Like Bird, Aldarius Johnson, etc. But for Florida State, really their rushing game was around Freeman. He had 16 for 76. And of course, Manuel, he was 17 of 23 for 196 and a touchdown. He was sacked 3 times. Harris was only sacked once. Defensive numbers. Miami had 4 sacks. Wait a minute. They're showing 3. Was there like another sack I missed? Okay, well, I guess they must, I don't know. 8 tackles for losses. Florida State had 1 sack, 4 tackles for losses. Must be diaper time. So, with that loss, Miami is now 5-5. And again, the frenzy is starting to froth that Miami could have a winning season. Because they only have USF and Boston College left. So, yes, South Florida. It was a 3:30 Eastern kickoff at Raymond James Stadium in Tampa. If y'all remember correctly, USF won last year, which kind of got Shannon. I guess that was the last straw for Shannon, even though he finished 7-5. All right, here we go. And Miami pulls out a nail biter, 6-3. That's right, 6-3. Miami had a field goal in the first quarter, had a field goal at the end of regulation to win it, and USF had a field goal in the second. That's basically the score. It was, yeah. So looking at the stats, Miami had 21 first downs. South Florida had 16. I mean, Miami only had 57 yards rushing. USF had 116 yards. USF was ready to play. Passing, Harris was 27 of 35. No interceptions. For 259. USF 16-27. One interception and 133 yards. Altogether, Miami outgained them 316 to 249. Let's see here. I'm looking for something. Okay, I guess it didn't happen. Okay. Yeah, no fumble. So yeah, there was only that one interception was the only turnover. But let's see. Third down conversion. I mean, Miami was 8 of 19, USF 2 of 12. So I mean, yeah, it was. I will say this first season was probably D'Onofrio's best season. Okay. So, individual offensive stats. Miller, 20 rushes for 50 yards. Mike James, 5 for 13.
We got 3 backs right there.
Oh, yeah. Miller, James, and Clements.
I thought the running game ain't been this good since 2002.
Again, Harris, 27 of 35. His longest pass play was 25 yards, but he was sacked 6 times. So,
no clean pocket.
No clean pocket. They probably rushed 8.
You mean they didn't rush 3? We didn't match.
No, they just pressured. They just pressured. The leading rusher, the rusher for USF, Scott, 15 for 57. Murray, 4 for 30. Daniels, which is the quarterback, 9 for 21. Daniels was 11 of 18, 1 interception for 97 yards. And then Bobby Evald was 5 of 9 for 36. So was Levitt the USF? I'd have to look that up. I'll look that up. Hang on just a second. You know what? I can do that right now.
No, Skip Holtz was the head coach.
Okay.
It was his second year.
That's right. Yes. All right. So looking at the defensive numbers, no sacks for Miami, 3 tackles for loss for 11 yards for Miami, and D.D. Lattimore, Keith McCaskill had 2 sacks, and then altogether they had 7 sacks, 11 tackles for loss. So that was probably one reason right there that they won the game. They lost the game. So right now, Miami is sitting at 6-5. You know, everybody's all excited because they're going to have a winning season. Worst case, 5-5. So they're thinking, or 6-6, 500.
Al Golden didn't have his players.
Not yet. He was still dealing with Randy's trash. You know, that's what they would have said. You know, if it's Manny's trash, then it would be Shannon's trash, you know.
Yeah, they had that trash out there.
But, all right. So here we are. Last game of the season.
Hey, but you know what, South Coast?
What's that?
Let me tell you how this logic is so backwards, right? The talent is inept, but they love to show how many active players in the NFL for Miami and how many players have gotten drafted. So you can't have both.
No.
Have both.
No. You know, it's like, you know, earlier you put that tweet. I mean, I was talking about the portal recruiting. I said I was confused, but then all of a sudden this tight end commits. Now everybody's talking about how great a recruiter he is.
Hey, but you remember? But you remember Riley Williams was the apple of everybody's eye. I ain't heard nothing about Riley Williams this offseason.
Nope, not a thing.
Yeah, hey, they lie.
They were missing. They were giving bad information.
No, it wasn't. They looked at it and they wrote it. I told
Yep.
you.
Oh, I know that. I'm just being funny. All right. So, game 12, Miami comes in at 6-5 against Boston College. Same starters, no big change. Now, this is a Friday. It's a Friday afternoon. And Miami loses 24-17. One of the highlights, Miller did have a 79-yard run, put him on top. But then, y'all remember Kuechly, Nutchley, that linebacker, Kuechly. I think he passed away, God rest his soul. He had a 45-yard interception return. He was a beast. Miami did jump out, like as you can see, a 14-10 lead at half. Then, yeah.
Just during Randy Shannon's tenure, 22 players drafted to the NFL.
Yeah.
So I guess the NFL over-romanticized the talent too.
Yeah, they did. They did. But none of those guys would have been able to play on this year's team.
No.
Because the records were bad.
Records were bad.
All right. So, looking at the stats, Miami had 14 first downs to Boston College's 20. Miami had 122 yards rushing to Boston College 153.
South Coast.
Yes.
That's the Al Golden era. 24 players drafted.
Well, I don't know why you keep romanticizing these numbers, dude. The records weren't that great.
Oh, my God. The NFL doesn't know what they're doing.
Exactly.
It's over 40 players.
I know.
Golden was here for, it's like a 9 period. 40 players.
But that was before Rick. We don't count before Rick. But we're going to go 20 years, but we're not going to count before Rick. All right. So, Boston College, I said, outrushed Miami 153-122. Passing, Miami was 23 of 40. 4 interceptions for 245. Boston College 13-17 for 196. Altogether, the offensive yardage was kind of nip and tuck. It was only a 20-yard difference for Miami's favor. Let's see here. I'm looking. Okay, so South Florida did have 2 fumbles and lost one of them. Miami didn't. Just Ja'Cory had 4 interceptions. Oh my gosh. Miami was 3 of 11 on third down. Boston College was 4-12. So, what a stinker of a game. Miller had 12 rushes for 114. Harris, 2 for 8. Like I said, Harris was 23 of 39. He had 4 interceptions, 245 yards, and a touchdown. He had his longest pass was 60 yards. Streeter had 5 catches for 47. Hearns, 4 for 42. Clements, 4 for 40. Benjamin finishing out his career with 3 for 75. Bird, 2 for 14, et cetera, altogether for 245. Boston College, Finch had 22 receptions for 96. Williams had 13 for 52. Reddick was 13-17 for 196. 2 touchdowns, and he was sacked twice. Pantali, I guess is how you say it. He had 4 receptions for 70. Swigert, whatever. 4 for 67. Swigert. Defensively,
Okay.
Yep. He let's see. He had one tackle for loss, but he did have that interception for 45 yards and a touchdown. But altogether, Boston College had 3 tackles for loss. Miami had, hey, it's Israel.
Wait a minute.
What?
Those.
What?
I need glasses.
Uh-oh. What he?
2 linebackers with 14. Were those guys transfers?
What are you talking about?
I see 2 of our linebackers with 14 tackles combined, 28 tackles combined.
Oh, yeah.
Those guys must be transfers.
Yeah, they transferred from the high school during the recruiting process.
No way. They had to come from Washington State or Louisville. No way.
Anyway, Shad, Ismatic, that's Israel, dude. That's that's half of the bottom of the map crew I was telling you about.
Yeah, those guys get straight to the point. I like those guys.
I know.
We need more people like that.
I know. Well, anyway, it's good to have you here, just like everybody else. So you had 2 sacks, Vernon and Chicolo, and then they had 6 tackles for loss for 17 yards. And that's the end of the season. We are going to take a quick timeout. We're going to call halftime. I got to go to the bathroom. Y'all go ahead and get you some popcorn because we're going to finish up the postseason, give the opinions, and go from there. So, y'all can enjoy a little music.
I like to be educated, but I'm so frustrated. Hello to my loneliness. I guess that ignorance is bliss. Take me back to before I knew. Rewind, take it out of cue. Innocence can be a young man's game. Signed up for the hall of shame. I wish I knew how much I miss not knowing that we're all screwed. When we play our roles and ignore the problems. I like to be away in my patience. Stay up, I feel so outdated. How can we look the other way? Sun is out, but the sky is gray. What would happen if I took a chance? It's always hard at first glance. I don't wanna, but I know I gotta do it. The truth is hard to swallow, I think I'll chew it. I wish I knew how much I miss not knowing that we're all screwed. When we play our roles and ignore the problems. I wish I knew how much I miss not knowing that we're all screwed. When we play our roles and ignore the problems. I wish I knew.
All right. And we're back. We are back. That's a bitch when you got to pee. All right. So. Oh, you got the red Kool-Aid, huh? I keep my cup. You can't tell what. Well, I don't want to promote anything, but yeah. You're muted, buddy. You're muted.
I'm trying to figure out how did the NFL in a 9-year period he has 40 plus players that we are going to pay money to. We're gonna give y'all some contracts. We feel that y'all are good enough. Hey, you know what, South Coast? Hey, I know this ain't the show for it, but God dog, we got to do it.
We're talking about 2011, so anything that constitutes 2011, we're going to talk about.
When wasn't the narrative that Miami players go to and do better because it's a coaching problem at Miami? So are we as fans now smarter than any NFL?
Coaching, culture, recruiting, no talent, yeah, but for some reason they get to the NFL. Well, let me take that back. They're drafted, probably in like maybe drafted second day, maybe third day, but still drafted. And for some reason, they're in the NFL.
They just stay there. Calais Campbell, over romanticized. And I saw these same individuals talking about how. No.
Uh-oh. We have woke the sleeping giant.
Never mind. They said that Calais Campbell was good, but he was over romanticized. Which one is it, man? You can't serve two masters.
Well, it depends on what day of the week it is.
My goodness. This is going to come to a head. I already see it. It's coming to a head.
Well, I mean, again, all I do. We lost them. All I do, I present the stats, black and white. I'm not making anything up. It is what it is. I guess we're over romanticizing the stats.
It's gonna come to a head.
Oh, it's going to.
I gotta keep my notes ready.
All right, so
is it almost time for our favorite part of the publication?
Not yet, but we're getting there.
But wait a minute. It looks like we were in again. It looks like we were in every game.
Exactly. I mean, there was, would have, could have, should have, whatever. But again, Maryland, 8-point loss. Again, you had, 9 players suspended that game. Kansas State, they lost on that final drive, with Ja'Cory getting stopped at the 1-yard line at the end of the game. Virginia Tech, if it wasn't for that quarterback draw up the middle at the end of the fourth quarter for 20 yards, touchdown. Okay. Virginia, they just, yeah.
Can I say, is Ja'Cory getting stopped at the 1-yard line? Can I say that's equivalent to having the ball last and we're driving and our backup quarterback breaks his arm? Because if he hadn't have, we would won the game. So is that equivalent? I don't know.
I'm going to say no. He was just trying to get a first down.
Wait a minute. Was he 8 for 23? I forgot. We got to look at all this stuff.
On Kansas State.
Let's see.
Hang on. Let's see.
Off that, I have a question.
21 of 31.
I don't think Ja'Cory's ever gone 8 for 23.
I have a question for Puff Daddy.
Here we go.
Puff Daddy, do you know Mario Cristobal's middle name? It's a very common name in recent history.
Asswipe.
He is related to our previous coach after that. What was our previous coach's first
Manny?
Manuel.
Manuel. Oh, wow.
Manuel.
I don't want to sound racist and say, that's a typical name for the ethnic group of people.
I've said before 2.0, so we still have Manning as coach.
Now,
oh wow!
Now, something else earlier in the broadcast, Katie was talking about how Ruiz and Mario are related.
All I know, we still have Manning in the building. Am I lying?
No, not at all. So how can Mario be given the excuse and the pass that he's dealing with Manny's players?
I love Riz, right? But Riz says something funny like, I hate this debate. Oh, Mario did great at Oregon. I don't give a damn what you did at another school. Do it at Miami. That's
right.
Okay. Right.
Right.
Side of this, but
it's hard to win at Oregon.
Huh?
It's hard to win at Oregon.
Yeah, very hard when you have a quarterback that went to SEC and said, "Yeah, it's easier out here." It's so relaxed, no pressure, no nothing. We could just walk in and out of practice. We really don't have to play. He pretty much said, "We don't really have to play anybody out here."
Yeah.
But he said it in so many words that it's just an easier conference.
Right. All right. So let's look at the season stats. Miami did outscore their opponent 318 to 241. The opponent outrushed Miami 1,943 to 1,700. Passing, Miami outdid them by about 400 yards. Mr. Harris only had 11 interceptions. Let's see. What am I?
There's a typo in this thing. Do I see Lamar Miller 1,000 yards? Shad, do you see that? Am I reading that correct? Is that 1,000 yards?
No.
1272.
That's a typo.
As they add an additional number,
they multiplied it.
Yeah, they multiplied. The team multiplied. No, he didn't have that. That's really
now
5.6 average.
Now again. Any questions, comments, or concerns regarding numbers on the stats? You need to address that with the ACC because it's their media guide. I got these numbers from. But yeah, Lamar 1272. He was the first 1,000-yard rusher since McGahee in 2002. But
whoa, relax.
Whoa. I know. I'm romanticizing. But
hold on. You mean to tell me in the past 20 some odd years we had a running back that went over 1,000 yards?
Impossible.
Over 12.
How did he do that when the offensive line was small?
And we didn't have bad recruits. Lamar Miller was not a good recruit.
It was not. And we had some guy, some offensive line coach that was the offensive line coach for 5 national championships. But it's not like he was good or anything,
No, he wasn't Mario.
No, it's not like he taught him anything.
Oh, but we had running backs before Mario?
Impossible.
Oh.
Recruited running backs that were recruited?
No way. What you're telling me is you can go get guys from high school and not try to go get them from another school.
What's high school? Can you explain the high school thing? I don't know what high school means.
I'm not sure because I saw a clip today where the guy said we're going to be aggressive. Hear me out. At every position.
Quarterback too?
He said every position.
Every position outside of left guard. Left guard ain't gonna be touched. I bet you that.
He wouldn't have got him from.
But he only that's it. We're not touching that position. We ain't touching that left guard. I promise you that.
As a parent of a tight end, I'm asking, why are you going there?
Well, hold on. We have the greatest tight end that we've ever seen. That's caught two the
It's
best the best two catches I've ever seen in my life were
like,
from this recruit. So we're not recruiting another. Come on, Chef.
You just
You're jumping around.
about Riley Williams last offseason. Wasn't Riley Williams like so good, so fantastic? Then when the season concluded, well, you see why we didn't throw it to the tight ends. They can't.
I mean, why you worrying about last season? Last season they were training during the spring break, Chef. That's your problem, right? You think that these dudes are training during spring break last season?
Right.
You know, like.
Right.
I mean, was we even right? I mean,
hey,
snap.
That's why the man gets the cross train at running back because he did that at spring break.
Yeah, there you go. Sorry.
So Ray catching all those, like breaking that record for most passes on the judge machine, getting an award is nothing because you're not JoJo Trader. I'm befuddled. Remember what JoJo Trader did in the All American game? Don't you remember the play where they snapped the ball and they threw the little push pass to Ray as he was coming around, and people talked about the speed and how he was going to do all this. I don't hear any of that this offseason. Remember that? Oh my God!
I just know one thing. JoJo will not be better than Stacy Coley and Travis Benjamin.
Who are those people? Those people are over romanticized. Who are those guys? Guys are bums.
Well,
Stacy Coley was wanted and begged for by Jimbo Fisher.
He was a bum. He was a bum.
Not Stacy Coley.
Oh shit. He was a
okay. Let me get through the numbers. Gotta get through the numbers. This is what people.
None of these guys will have an offer from Mario Cristobal.
Oh my gosh! So that's okay. That's okay.
Williams would have never been recruited by Mario. Leonard Taylor would have never been recruited by Mario. Cam would never been recruited by Mario.
Oh my God!
All right, so Miami finished with the 43% third down conversion weighting percentage. So yeah, Miller, he had 1,272 yards rushing. He had 9 touchdowns. His longest rush was 79. I mean, Mike James, 275. Jakari, he ended up 195 of 300, 9 interceptions. Okay. 65% completion rate. All right. And he had 20 touchdowns and 2,500 yards passing. Now, if you notice, Miami did not have a 1,000-yard receiver. That's probably because everybody got a touch. Touchdown Tommy led him with 46 receptions for 811. Benjamin, which it's almost like Benjamin wasn't utilized or used as much. It seemed like he wasn't targeted as much, but I digress. He had 609 yards. Hearns 415. Walford 172. Little freshman Phillip, remember that name, 147. Bird, he didn't get very much time. He had 125. Look at that. Tight end. 9 receptions for 88 yards. Oh, you'll be sleeping for a while, Katie. Looking at the interceptions, Nicholas had 2. Kane, Talamac, Ray, and McGee had 1. Kelvin Kane did have a touchdown off of an interception. So that's that. Now, also, I forgot to mention that they did self-impose a bowl ban that year in lieu of the possible alleged sanctions. So that I guess they figured they go ahead and take the bowl ban. So they did not go to a bowl game. Okay, let me let me switch gears here. And I want to pull up. Okay, let me stop that. And I want to share this screen. All right. Hello. All right. So now this is coming from Sports Reference. Now this is current. This isn't, back at 2011. So basically just take Kaya out the mix. All right. So Jakari finished his career with 8,826 yards passing, which was second at the time. Second. Okay. I mean, you look at he did better than Tyler Van Dyke did. But I mean, look, Toretta, Testament. I mean, Harris had the yardage. Unfortunately, when you look at the interceptions, of course, Mr. Harris comes in first. But just my humble opinion, again, but Jakari was thrown into a no-win situation as a freshman.
Who is this Kelly Cochran guy? 18 touchdowns, 42. That's got to be a typo. Yeah.
No, he was from these guys. Kelly Cochran was from 69 to 71, Myra 61, 63, Baker 73. I mean, this is old. I mean, it's the next person that would be, I guess, technically in the new age, the romantic. We'll call it the romantic period. Okay, the romantic period. Kyle Wright had 31.
Oh man,
but I guess Harris Jakari he had the yardage, he had a better completion percentage than Dorsey did. All right. I mean, because even if he had only thrown, say, 24 picks, he would have probably jumped up to about 62% completion rate. So, and again, I talked about it the other day, or I might have said it on your show, Shad, but I actually thought about going through and looking and seeing exactly what happened on those interceptions. Was it, and from everything I've seen in the highlights, it was either he was being pressured, it was just a bad throw.
Do we have fumbles? Is there fumbles lost anywhere on here?
Yeah. Did he fumble the football? That's another thing, because
I don't think he did.
Because I heard when you have a bad offensive line, you fumbled the ball.
I do not believe. I think Harris was too busy throwing interceptions to fumble the ball. So no, he didn't. It wasn't like he was hit from behind and the ball came out, if that's what you're asking. He wasn't running around and the ball just slipped out my hand.
So you mean to tell me you can have a bad offensive line and not fumble the football? That's possible. That's unheard of.
I know, right? All right. So moving on to the rushing numbers. Mr. Lamar Miller, as of right now, right now he's number 16 on the all-time list. But, of course...
Fake news.
What's that?
Fake news.
Oh, man.
There's a player. You're missing a player. He's not on here. He's the greatest player ever. You can't see him here.
He wouldn't make the 12-team portal. 12-player portal. He wouldn't make it. Didn't win enough.
Now,
let me see. Duke Johnson.
Yep.
Greg Cooper, Javaris James, Joe Yearby.
Those guys did not
win. Walton, Travis Homer, Frank Tyrus Moss, and Lamar Miller. I guess they didn't play the last 20 years, huh?
No.
You bunch of bleeding heart romantics. Y'all need to stop that.
They didn't win enough games.
And think about this. I mean, Cooper spent he spent most of his senior year that 2010 season hurt. But regardless of the fact, you know, and again, Lamar, he left after the 2011 season. He was a redshirt sophomore. He left, so he still had 2 years. You know, I don't want to get into the woulda, coulda, shoulda, but.
So you mean Greg Cooper was actually a 5-star running? Oh my God. There's no way.
Yeah.
And the running back room has not been.
Yeah. So in the last 20 years, of course, Duke, he's going to come on. He's going to be recruited next season.
Someone told Cuban that, you know, that there's never been any talent like what's here right now. It's just doesn't work. Doesn't work.
Well, I mean, this again, y'all can visit sports-reference.com, and it's all right there, buddy. It's all right there. So let's see.
So let me see something. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there's 7 guys within the last 14 years on the all-time leading. No.
Actually, in the top 20.
I'm not gonna bring it up.
Well, actually, I mean, you got Cameron Harris sitting there at number 21 at 1628. I mean, you got Damian Perry. He's number 24. DJ Dallas, number 23.
Over romanticized.
You know, so do you think? Okay, let me ask y'all this question, and I want y'all to be honest. No bullshit, no sorry. I want just honesty. Okay, for once, I want y'all to be honest.
Can't make that promise, Captain.
Well, you're gonna have to. So, if you needed a running back, let's say you needed a running back 1, 2, and 3 that could play on this 2020. No, I'm gonna tell you, I need a running back from the last 20 years that could play on this 2024 team.
I'll give me Rooster, give me Cheney, give me Thad Franklin.
Give me Chris Johnson, Mark Fletcher.
So again, I mean, you just with the people that are shown. I mean, first off, I'm sure everybody probably said Duke Johnson on their list, but
and the ACC was weak, you know. So.
Yeah, you're right.
Coastal, even though Shad said that, you know, Virginia Tech won Coastal 8 times in a row. Well, not 8 times, but 8 times. And, you know, I mean, wrong about that, and you know, I look stupid.
So yeah, I mean, this just running backs, you know, and that's, you know, I mean, if like I said, you can go all the way down to, you know, Damon Berry at 24. You know,
Travis Homer was a special teams player his first year, and he's number 12.
Yeah. You know, and then you got Mike James. He still has next year to play. He's number 31. You know, and
Henry Ferris. No, well, he transferred him, so
he's not there anymore. So he's gone.
But he was garbage.
Well, we can't. But the thing is, when the number 34 in yardage transfers out, it's like, oh my gosh, we don't have any more running backs. We got to go get somebody.
34 and 37 transfer.
You have to be aggressive in the portal at every position.
Yes. Look, even Jalen Knighton. He was 37. You know, but I'm just going to say the top 15 because, I mean, you got Otis up there. I mean, for the sake of argument, you can kind of take him out the picture for just a second, just based on, say, if we go 40 years, okay? No disrespect to my man Otis, but, you're looking top 15,
Ain't nobody coming to see you, Otis.
Now, you talk about 75 to 78, you talk about not having a line. But I digress. All right, so let's look at receiving, because Travis Benjamin, like I said, at the time, back in 2011, he was number 6. He was behind Moss, Wayne, Irvin, Thomas, and Hankerson, who was there in 2010. So you got number 5 and number 6 played in 10 and 11. 2010, 2011. All right. Now, of course, you had Harley come in and do his thing. Coley came in and do his thing. So that kind of dropped them down as of now. But you mean to tell me you can't come up with some wide receivers in the last 20 years?
No.
Even Hearns. Hearns just, he's just starting to come into his own right now. And he's number 10 right now. Philip Dorsett, your man PD. He was a freshman.
I think he went in the first round.
Stacy Coleman only played 3 years. That's crazy.
Yeah. Hankerson too. Now, and that's even like we talked about a few episodes ago, Cuban, about he had the dropsies.
Yeah, he had the drop.
Yeah, you never trained with any super, all-time Hall of Famer, wide receiver. That never happened. That was a video game I was playing.
But we talked about this a while back, but to me it seems like the receivers were they seemed bigger. Benjamin, he always seemed to find the open spot. And Tommy, Tommy Streeter, he declared for the draft as a junior in 2011. I really kind of wish he would have stayed, but he left. I forget what happened with the draft, but we'll probably talk about that on the next episode. But with Streeter, where'd he end up? He wasn't very high. But I thought for sure Streeter was going to be really, really good. But again, you got, new coaching staff, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, there you go. That's just your quarterbacks, running backs, and receivers. And if you can't find a receiver, running back, or quarterback from the last 20 years, I don't know what to tell you.
You have a tight end at number 13.
Clive Walker. Yeah, he just started. And he's getting better. Yeah. Now the X-Man, he's at 15 right now.
But he's a Manuel Cristobal recruit.
Another 1,000-yard season. Hey, he's at the top.
But
he was developed under Manny Cristobal.
Yeah, he was developed
under Manny Cristobal.
But he was brought in by Manny the First.
Who is that?
Manny the First. Manny Diaz the First. Manny the First.
No, see, all the Manny's players that were Manny's players, they're no longer here. The guys that
Well,
are Mario's guys.
Only they do.
now, Katie brings up a good point. She
He
says JoJo Trader is better than all those guys.
He is. He is.
I'll just say time will tell. I hope he is. He has all the potential.
I'm saying it now.
I hope he is.
Potential running a I formation type offense.
And I tell you what, all the receivers, they better get all the yards they can this year because we ain't got no quarterback next year.
What you talking about?
We're not gonna have no quarterback.
You mean tell me we're gonna go to year 4? We still don't have a Marvin Recruit starting at quarterback?
Of course not.
So Puff Daddy is gonna. So you Puff Daddy, you gonna tell me you gonna start year 4 for Mario?
And hey, listen, and he gonna get a raise to stay.
So Puff,
Yeah.
you told me that Mario is the greatest recruiter on the face of this earth.
He
You
should.
never heard this guy named Wood Davis, but that's here nor there. You mean tell me year 4 he's not gonna have his quarterback yet?
I have to
We got
say,
until year 5.
hey, Cuban, me and you agree on a lot, but I think I gotta give you some pushback right now. Because if you can get a position group in the building that's not even touching the football, I gotta tip my hat to you. You're getting top flight tight ends in the building. They are not guaranteed to touch the football.
Side note, Manuel, right, got a guy from the portal, and he won in the first round. The other Manuel has not gotten any transfer portal guys to go in the first, second, third round.
He got one now. He got Cam Ward.
Going first round?
He's got Cam Ward.
Going first round?
He going, not only is he going first round, he's going first pick. He's going 1 for 1.
I really, for Cam's benefit and his personal growth, I hope he does do good. But could you imagine the talk and the rhetoric about Mario having a number 1 pick? Because he brought him in. Mario brought him in.
I already saw he got Justin Herbert. We already saw that.
But I mean, if Cam let's just hypothetically say Cam goes number 1 overall pick in the draft.
Hypothetically, Cam don't play good. Mario would not be blamed. They would bring up that Cam had fumble problems at Washington State.
Well, yeah.
Either way it goes.
Yeah.
Is that time of the show?
Well, I was going to end the season I'm just kind of glancing at next season.
Hey,
the 20 the,
now, Coach, let me interject this for a second.
Okay.
You mean to tell me that in 2011 we look the same exact way we do right now? That's 6 and 6, but it's the same in the sense that you were in games. You didn't get blew out in any football game.
Right. Exactly.
Hey, Al Golden had a 2012 very good recruiting class.
I was going to say next time.
Oh my gosh!
Next season it gets better. Plus, we introduce the 8 pillars of performance.
No, Mario.
That's right.
Anyway, Al must have left it in the desk or something. Couldn't get it out.
So yes, I would have done it this, but actually he had his video last for 2012. So yes, we will.
Could you do Wikipedia on Mario Cristobal and just so we could all confirm that his name is Manuel? Put it on the screen.
I'll do it. We'll do it. Because everybody's sticking around to play their favorite game show, by the way. Upgrade or downgrade. We will be coming out with a at-home version. So just we'll provide the links. We'll get that to you. Did I not? Oh, yeah, there's no H in there, dude. Here we go. Oh my gosh, I have got to share this. Oh yeah, I have got to share this screen. Hang on. Let me stop that. Let's share.
For me, it all makes sense now. Why there is no turnover chain.
Bam.
What's that man's name? Puff Daddy, could you read it? That first sentence?
Me speak no English.
Zoom. Now we see why there is no turnover chain.
Me speak no English.
Mario Manuel Cristobal.
Just saying.
Now, hey, look, that's Cristobal in 2011 at FIU.
He's still coaching like he's at FIU.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why wouldn't he still be coaching? We didn't have no weight room. Had both legs. We've been working out in the gym.
So all you people that think that you know your shit, I did my little research. Homeboy's name is Manuel Cristobal. So when I refer to him as Manny Cristobal, don't try me. That's that man's name, Manny Cristobal.
Oh, hang on. Hold up. His overall coaching record is 74-73. He's got a winning record. So why y'all keep saying he's got a losing record? He's got a winning record. He's 74-73 as a coach.
You right? I stand corrected. When I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Well, hell, I didn't know he played for the Amsterdam Admirals of the NFL Europe League for 2 seasons. Wow. Well, you learn all kind of good stuff on Wikipedia, don't you?
Man's middle name is Manuel. That's all.
Hey, I think I'm going to change my profile pic to this. I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to change my profile. Call myself Manuel.
That's the same Adidas. He's going Adidas.
Yeah, you see that, huh?
You know, the reason why we are like this because we're not a Nike school. We're a Nike school, we'll be winning.
Katie, don't tell. I'm just telling you what I saw on Wikipedia because, you know, if it's on Wikipedia, it's true. But it probably hasn't been updated since, you know, this year. Yeah, a lot of secrets being told now. Things are starting to come into focus. You know. Yeah, I think that'd be pretty cool. I can see it now. Shad's already changing everything to Manuel Cristobal. That's going to be his new name. He's already changed his profile pic. Oh my gosh. Anyway. Oh. Yeah, so like I said, 2012, things do improve. I'm not going to tell you how. I don't want to give away anything. But the 8 Pillars of Performance does come out. I will have a video for that. Actually, it was part of that Raising Cane's series that I think it was the university had. Anyway, it's freaking hilarious, dude. It is hilarious. I mean, we all fell for it. man, this dude's got like binders and man, he knows what he's doing. He's going to change the culture with those 8 pillars of performance. All right. I got to get some theme music for the upgrade, downgrade. I mean, you know. All right. All right. For those of y'all that are still here, I know you've been waiting. I know you've been anticipating this. You've been sleepless at night. Ooh, I know Coach A says that cane juice is biting, but I tell you, that swamp sauce is slapping. Y'all ready, guys? Let's play upgrade, downgrade.
Let's do this.
Now.
Shad looks very serious. Puff Daddy looks serious.
Now we're gonna kind of change things up due to recent developments. As far as the upgrade downgrade goes, we're also gonna have starter non-starter. In other words, we'll take the 2011 and they'll either be a starter or not a starter in 2024. Fair enough?
Even Morris would start today.
Hang on. Don't false start. Okay. All right. Okay, so let's get started. Quarterbacks. Upgrade or downgrade, Chad? The 2011 versus 2024.
I'm going upgrade because you got 2 quarterbacks in Ja'Cory Harris and Stephen Morris that have started football games, right? But, you're going process of elimination. So, and Ryan Williams being a starter at Memphis is what puts it over the edge to me, because you have combined JB and and Emory. They have 5 total starts, and Ryan Williams was a starter at the University of Memphis. And then obviously I'm going to take it a step further. Ja'Cory Harris and Stephen Morris played against tougher competition in that ACC versus that Pac-12. So I'm going to upgrade. I meant downgrade, 2024 downgrade, but I'm going, yeah. So, yeah.
All right. So
is it upgrade if this unit is better than the current?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Upgrade.
All right. So, all right, let's continue the upgrade downgrade before we get to the second part. Cuban?
Give me 2011. No comment.
Look, I'll just say Stephen Morris.
Yep.
I mean, I'm kind of biased because there was just something I loved about Stephen Morris and how he played and his accuracy. But yeah, I'll take
more to be third string.
Yeah. Yeah. I would take 2011. Now, as far as, do you see anybody in the quarterback room that could start on this 2024 team over the current roster?
Cam Ward will be third string. Puff will be a scout QB. Ja'Cory will be a wide receiver, and Emory will be a grad assistant.
Nah, I'm still got to roll with Cam Ward as the starter, just due to his mobility and just the current offense. Because the Corey and Morris weren't movers.
Morris was a mover.
He's not a mover.
He was a mover until he messed up his ankle.
Well, he's not as agile as Cam Ward, though. I'm not gonna go that far. Now we're just talking about arm. Stephen Morris got it, but I'm still going with Cam Ward as a starter. But I feel like this quarterback room in totality is better when you look at the experience.
I'm sorry to go. Why would you say that he's a starter?
I like his mobility.
For that sole purpose, you're going to have him as a starter?
No, I like his mobility. When you look at the offense that we're going to run, it fits his strengths. Screen passes, right?
Nah, I disagree. I think this offense would fit Stephen Morris the best because remember, at the end of the day, Morris does not want a running quarterback. He wants a pocket quarterback.
We handing the ball off.
Oh, yeah, so Stephen
Stephen
Morris is more of a
Morris,
pocket quarterback than a.
but I'm saying Stephen Morris wants to go vertical. I
Oh,
still remember that pass against, I think it was USF, where it's play action. He turns around, defenders in his face. He flicks his wrist.
NC State.
No. I'm not talking about the Philip said. I'm talking about this was a touchdown pass he threw to Stacy Coley.
Oh yeah, that
It was
game.
a play action. He turned around. Defender had him dead to rights. He flicked his wrist. Stacy Coley. That's not the offense we're running. We're not pushing the ball down the field in this offense. Now, if we were running, now look, I would agree with you. If James Coley was here, then I would say, you know what?
But I'm basing it off what we did because we have the same offensive coordinator, right? So it's like saying it's like TVD. Just imagine.
No. Wait a minute. Hold on, Cuban. For 1 second. Wait a minute. For 1 second. What happens when the University of Miami got into conference play? What offense did we see when conference play started?
The offense that we saw play was 9 people blocking, 2 receivers going out for passes.
Okay, then.
And then, we show that we have an amazing line because there's 3 people rushing the quarterback. And look how great the protection is.
Okay, then. So we're going to
we'll agree to disagree.
Yeah, we can agree to disagree. It's not that deep.
Now, I say 2011's upgrade, and I take Jakari or Steven over anybody in 2024.
Okay.
And I'm going to tell you why when we get to the wide receiver room. Because I'm kind of like Katie. I mean, I have to, if we have seen something with Cam Ward, okay. But first, I know Jakari had the most interceptions all time. But right now, he's number 3 in yards behind Kaya and Dorsey. Now, granted, he had better receivers than what we have now, but that's why I'm doing it. All right, running backs. Cuban, running back room. Oh, Cuban must have stepped away. All right, Shad, running back. No, okay, Cuban.
Yeah, you might as well just skip me. This is a dumb question. Sorry. Lamar Miller, Mike James. Get out of here. Move on.
Hey. Okay, Shad.
Yeah, I'm going to upgrade. I mean, you gotta, yeah. Man ran for 1,000 yards.
He ran for 1272. Get it right. See, you're too busy romanticizing and not looking at the numbers. So I would take it. I don't want to speak for you two fine young men, but I'm presuming that there's some people in the running back room from 2011 that could start in 2024.
Oh, Lamar Miller starts.
And Mike James.
And I agree with y'all. I agree. It's an upgrade. And yeah, now I don't know why they don't have Aguado on there. But anyway, regardless, Miller, James, yeah, easy. All right. Wide receiver. Shad?
Yeah, I'm going to upgrade.
Cuban?
Travis Benjamin, Alan Hearns, Tommy Streeter, Philip Dorsett, Rayshawn Scott will all start outside of Joe. JoJo will, start over any of these guys. But those guys would, no comment. Yeah, there you go.
Oh yeah, and I will agree with the upgrade. Cuban, I'll go with the same names you said, but still, Aldarius Johnson.
This is boring because
You
I'm
know,
one of those clowns to like actually debate me that we will have a our current receiving class and whatever class is better. I want to talk to a sunshine pumper, one of those Manny Cristobal fans.
now, do y'all see anybody? Do you see four receivers? Let's say four. We're gonna go four. Do you see any four receivers in 2011 that could start in 2024?
Benjamin, Philip Dorsett, Rayson Scott, Tommy Streeter.
Chad?
Yeah, give me Benjamin. Give me Hearns. And give me PD.
The only one I like George, right? George could potentially crack the top three.
Yeah, I'm just gonna I like those three because we got two guys that are two of the fastest guys in the program history. So you can't go wrong with speed. So and then obviously Allen Hearns, Mr. Reliable. So what I got.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you got so many options with Benjamin, Bird, Herm, Streeter, Dorsett, Johnson, Scott. I mean, you just, yeah. But we didn't have talent, and I know we're romanticizing over this, but hey, it's fun. Do we even want to waste our time on tight ends?
No.
Nope.
All right. Offensive line. Cuban? No, Chad, your turn to go first.
This is good. Oh.
Upgrade. We don't even know who's the starting center. We don't know the left guard. We don't know. Like no. Upgrade.
All right, Cuban.
I don't know. I told the clown that I wish Centron Henderson would. I mean, I wish Centron Henderson would play for Mario because I think he will do good under Mario, right? But shit, you have the backups were NFL players: Centron Henderson, Linder, McDermott. Damn, Philip Seattle still playing. They're all NFL guys, and the starting guys were not NFL. I guess the top guys are starting guys, right?
Yeah, according to this, they were. So,
I would say the starting lineup is a downgrade this year compared to what we have now. I would have our current offensive line.
Fair enough. I understand where you're going with that. I understand. I got you.
The crazy part is I'd rather have the backups.
Yeah. Well.
So your question is who would start, right? Is like give me the backups to start.
Well, actually, if I'm not mistaken, the concept of a game is we take the offensive line room versus the offensive line room of today.
Yeah.
Regardless of who was starting and who wasn't. I don't think
who is nephew right here?
Harlan Gunn.
Yeah. Yeah. So in other words, if we take this offensive line, this group of fellas right here, and we take that and swap it with 2024, is that an upgrade or a downgrade?
Upgrade.
Regardless of who started in 2011.
Upgrade.
Like I said, I'll take the backups.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So you're saying it's an upgrade. The offensive line room group, starters, backups, they're better. There's an upgrade than what we got now.
It's okay. I'll take 2004 starting offensive line.
Right.
But I'll take 2011 backups to
Okay,
be
I got
better
you.
than our current starting offensive line.
We don't even know who the starters are for this offense.
Marigold,
Nephew.
nephew, the center, don't know. Left guard, left tackle is Manny recruit
We don't know.
Rivers. So you have Rivers left tackle, left guard nephew, center who knows. Right guard is Buddy from Alabama, and right tackle is Marigold.
Yeah. So me, I'll take 2011, regardless if it's backups or starters. I'll take 2011 as an upgrade, and just take your pick on who would start. You know, you could just pick whoever, even if it is the backups. And I agree with Q, but I think like Santrell, Mr. Henderson would have really flourished under Mario, but Kehoe was there. He come back in 2011, and I'll take Art Kehoe over any Miami offensive line coach. But that's just me. I'm romanticizing over the past, but
That's what you're doing.
you know, Kehoe did teach Mario. You know, it's like Yoda and Obi-Wan, you know, so anyway. All right, so far it's looking good for 2011. All right, defensive line. Shad.
Downgrade.
So this is the way that I'm going to put it. I'm going to match them up one-on-one. Bain versus Oliver. Give me Oliver.
All day.
Defensive tackle. We don't know who's the current defensive tackle is.
Wait a minute. I forgot. I'm thinking about last year. Ooh,
I love Bain too, but Oliver was a different.
wait a minute. To be honest, that's all really. I mean, Mesidor is good, but that's all we really have. It's Bane.
Yeah.
We can't say high, so I just gotta say upgrade just because the 2024 team is.
I just don't know because nobody in this line did anything outside of Vernon. Marcus Robertson was supposed to be good. Wally Ojimo was supposed to be good.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna stick to what I said. Upgrade.
Yeah.
CJ
Now
was good at NC State. So.
Now remember D'Onofrio, no. Golden's barbecue boy, buddy, that was a defensive coordinator. Okay, I'm just throwing that out there. So y'all both have upgrades on 2011?
Correct. No,
all right, yeah.
Upgrade in 2024.
Oh, okay. Well, since, in my opinion, since, like I said, all we have is Bane. That's the only thing we know. And Bane is good, but he's only one guy. So, honestly, I'll take that starting four: Fortson, Ojimo, Regis, and Vernon. Now, I know Vernon and Ojimo were out partying on the boats and stuff, but we need that culture back. We need to have a party atmosphere. Be fun, be loose, be free, okay? We need that. And plus, it's legal now. So, I would take those four guys as an upgrade, and I would take those four guys to start this year.
I don't know about that.
Just my opinion.
It's your opinion.
Just my opinion.
Call you names.
Let me romanticize.
Yeah.
All right. Linebacker.
Linebacker's upgrade.
Only one person though, right?
Spence.
They don't have Denzel Perryman listed.
Not yet. But he's there. He's a freshman.
That's what I'm saying. So yeah, it's upgrade.
And Johnny Paul actually became a good linebacker at Utah.
Let's see something.
Yeah, cause
So
what
yeah, looking at the
like Gianni Paul was good.
At Utah. He transferred to Utah.
He's still good.
so yeah, again, I do apologize for that roster. I mean, I didn't have it off the media guide, but still. Oh yeah, I forgot. Chicolo versus Bain. That would be a good question. But still, yeah. But yeah, I mean, you could throw Perryman in there with the linebackers.
He's a 3-star though. We don't count 3 stars over here. I mean,
oh, all right. So Shad, you're saying that linebacker for 2011 was a.
It says upgrade.
Okay. Cuban, you say?
I'm picking this year.
Well, I'm going to have to take 2011 just for the simple fact of Perryman.
I see him in here. Oh, but he says he's a freshman here, right?
Yeah, he was a recruit. I don't know why it's not listed on this. I don't know.
Oh yes, well then because above then we didn't see Chicolo.
Yeah. My bad. I apologize. Next episode, the slides will be it should be better information because 2012 actually has the media guy that has everything, et cetera, et cetera. So, but that's why I'm saying, I mean, basically with the defensive line, the two things you can compare is Bain and Chicolo. That's all I'm saying. Now with linebacker, yeah, you have Sean Spence.
Wait a minute.
Okay. What?
Eddie Johnson was on this team too. So
That guy was amazing.
Yeah, Eddie Johnson was good. So, yeah. I'm taking this wrong. Yeah, I'm taking this wrong. Take my shot. I'd be like, Sean Spence is better than any linebacker on this team. Period. So
True. And since we don't know who the other linebackers are this year.
And Raymond Buchanan was good.
Yeah. So, me, I take an upgrade on 2011, and with Perryman sitting there in 2011 as a freshman, I'll take 2011 linebacker room over this room, just based on the fact that all we know of is Kiko. No disrespect to the young man, but he's just one man. All right. Defensive backs, Cuban. What do you think?
Ray didn't play that much. Lee Chambers. I thought Lee Chambers was a running back. JoJo was okay. Vaughn was a bust. Eduardo was a running back. Thomas Feeney was too small. Brandon McGee played okay. Casey Rogers, Highsmith, Swayze, Contor's Ganil was a linebacker turned safety. Give me our current DBs.
Yeah, give me the current room. Golden had his work cut out for him with this.
Yeah, this is bad. Yeah, this is real bad.
This is bad. And then the thing about it, Dallas Crawford, he's not listed, but he ended up going over to running back as well. Yeah, this is bad.
That's bad.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and agree with y'all because again, Ray was too busy partying. He was having fun. And back then you really couldn't do it. So yeah, I agree with y'all. And that's basically it. So I guess, with a couple of position groups, that 2011, it's kind of Not much difference, and I know we're romanticizing, but
A lot.
in my opinion, I can probably say
Oh yeah.
that.
Hold on, before you finish. Yeah, I'm looking right now. Like before Gianni Paul went to Utah, Gianni Paul had 61 total tackles before he left. So he was good here. So yeah. And that was in 9 games.
Right. I'm kind of curious that if you took that 2011 team and take the starter. Matter of fact, I'll tell you what I'll do. Let me pull. I'm gonna see. So I tell you what we'll do. Let me bring this back up, but I got to get to full screen. Oh, that's the wrong one. Let me get a little further in. Shoot, that's not the one I want. What the hell? Hang on, y'all be patient. Be patient. Where's Vernon at? There he is. Okay. So all right, so crap, I hit the wrong button. So looking at I just pulled up the depth chart for the starters from the Virginia game. So as a whole, would you take this starting lineup, this depth chart into 2024 as a whole?
Yeah, I would.
As a whole,
I would.
Is there any position you would not take?
DBs, no DBs.
yeah, DB. Yeah, DB and defensive line for me. I wouldn't take that.
Yeah, DBs and defensive line. And maybe the offensive line, it's a little sketchy, but not really. Actually, no, I'd rather take this offensive line.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. I'm glad you didn't romanticize.
Yeah, because Santrell and Brandon Linder had taken over by then.
I still don't understand why we started Jimmy Gaines. That guy was so no comment. It's funny because when you bring this up, I remember these players like it was yesterday.
Oh yeah.
I was like, why is Jimmy Gaines playing? Jordan Fletch was a good recruit, but he was more of a special team. Kevin Kane was a DN. Man, just poor This is my thing. Just poor mismanagement with this program. Why is Denzel Perriman and Sean Spence? It's like they should have been on the field at the same time.
Well, and again, this is, you have, you have Shannon players. You got Golden coming in. You got all this NCAA crap going on, and the culture is bad because everybody's partying and violating NCAA rules and taking boat rides, and because we don't have that now. Okay, you could pay a guy $1 million to be a quarterback, but back then you couldn't take a boat ride. But anyway, I guess considering with what was going on, but things will get better. things will get better. 7th floor. We're a little bit. Oh my God. Miss Ellen V, how you doing this evening, ma'am? All right. So yeah, that basically that was our everybody's favorite game, upgrade, downgrade, with a little twist of starting. What Katie does not like Manny the second. She says it doesn't matter which season, as long as Mario's the head coach. He can lose 5 games with the KC Chiefs. It's the coaching that matters. Well, I mean, at least Katie's not romanticizing over the past 20 years like we're doing.
Nah.
You know. But again, so far, you know, this is episode 8. We have covered 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 2011. And I just don't see, I don't really see much difference, you know? And what I mean is, yeah, you may have some different levels of maybe a little bit of talent difference here and there, but overall, you know, it's the same thing. You know, and again, Randy Shannon was fired in 2010 because he went 7-5. Randy Shannon did not lose to a Middle Tennessee State. You know, maybe there was a standard back then. I don't know.
Less money.
Yeah.
Indoor facilities that you know, they're going to now expand it in the summer to 100 yards.
Right.
That's how we've been losing, because you had an indoor facility that was 20 yards long.
Did y'all see? Did y'all catch the part where I showed Al Golden's head coaching records for 06 through 2010? Did y'all see that?
Well, I can't look at that if it wasn't winning. If it was losing, it doesn't matter. So it only counts when you win. So, you know, you're looking at bad information. Like, I don't want to see FIU data. I don't want to see Temple's data. I just want to see positive stuff at all times.
Well, I mean, again, you know, with all the zaniness going on, you know, it's crazy because, again, at 5 years at Temple, Golden was 27-34. They hired his ass like 2 weeks after Shannon was fired.
At least it did a coaching search.
Yeah.
You know, so I got to give that a little bit. So, but this is the thing. Golden had one major flaw. And this is, you know, so everybody gets mad at me because I get mad at the homeboy, right? I don't like homeboys on your staff because you can't fire them. You know, Golden couldn't fire
D'Onofrio.
I can't say D'Onofrio, it's Onofrio, or, you know, the no, right? Manny with his homeboys. Manny Part 2. There's a thing what people don't understand. Manny Part 2 protected his homeboy from the first year, because that first year that line looked horrible. So Mario looked out for his homeboys, like, let me get this blocking tight end to put up, you know, in here to help you out. You don't look that bad, right?
And not just the tight end, but you bring in the Restrepo, the receiver.
Right. So you bring in 7 people into block, right? So
three people.
3 people. Yeah. So the thing is, like, the ideal, right, is to go throw the ball deep, but we cannot throw the ball deep because we're always going to have 6+ people block, right? And that is, he's doing that to protect his homeboy. He's not doing that because it's what's best for the program. And that's the problem I have with the true offensive coordinator, the old linebackers coach, the old defensive coordinator, the old QB coach. You see every trend here. There's
Oh
something
yeah.
always connected. So, Jordan, if you were that head coach and you were to bring Shad to your staff, I would hate Shad. I'm like, Jordan, Shad is going to get you fired because he's your friend, and you're not going to let him go. You're going to protect him at all costs, and he's horrible, right? I'm like, you got to get Shad out of there because you have nobody that's going to test you. So,
Right. And you bring up a very good point. I really didn't pay attention to it till you brought it up. But yeah, with Golden and D'Onofrio, and then you got Cristobal and Maribel.
Rick,
It goes back.
Yeah.
It goes back to what we've been saying, and Shad talked about it the other night. It's like. And Cuban, you're the creator of this, but it's wash, rinse, repeat. It's the same thing every year, and people wonder and don't understand why folks like us get so frustrated and say, it's the same thing we've seen for 20 years. And Saturday night, you had this dude, Cam23, on Shad's round table talk about, well, we can't lose forever. We're going to eventually win. I'm like, dude, I've been saying that for 20 years, bruh. But I keep seeing the same damn thing. And you know what? It gets frustrating. You would think there would be a change somewhere. Everybody's talking about making the playoffs. Dude, I just want Miami to win the ACC for the first time in 20 years. We can't even win. We've only won the Coastal, twice? One time we self-imposed a bowl ban. The second time we got our ass thrashed by Clemson. And yeah, I want Miami to win it all. I've got my playlist and my party. I got it all planned out. I have been for 20 years. But, the playlist has changed because, music has changed over 20 years. But I'm just getting to the point that I would be happy to win the Coastal again and make it to the ACC championship. But I would be happy to just win the ACC.
That's it. That's all. It's for me. It's baby step. Win the ACC. For me, I always told people, win the Coastal, win the ACC, then go after nationals.
Yes.
When everybody's like, we got to beat Georgia. I'm like, we can't even get past the Coastal, man. We can't get past Georgia Tech. Tech. Who are constant? Georgia Tech, UNC, and who's the other constant struggle? Virginia.
Yeah.
You can't get past those three teams on a consistent basis.
And then now that we have $1 million quarterback in the backfield, well, then we damn well better win the ACC. I'm just saying. I mean, regardless of the talent, it's the fact that, this stuff in 2011, we start having this, this NCAA crap, and they're wanting to give us the death penalty because kids took a boat ride and went to a club or something. But now you're paying kid $1 million to quarterback for 1 year. Well, guess what? They better win something.
Yeah, I'm already hearing the excuses. So this year, right, everybody's predicting us to have a good season. They're already throwing next year out because it's a tough schedule. Right? Because we played Notre Dame, Clemson, Florida State, so on and so forth, right? So they're already saying that next year is going to be a tough schedule. So that's going to be year 4, year 5. And it's funny because Dad asked a while ago, and I was joking, it's like, it might take year 6 in order for this to turn around, right?
Right.
And year 5 of Mario, he's going to have, this is going to suck. Well, This is year 3. Next year, no, next year is year 4. Year 4, he's going to have a transfer portal quarterback. Year 5, we might have his first true quarterback playing for him.
Right.
And that's a scary thought.
When in fact, why not take the lumps now? I said this before. I've said it again. I want to say it again. I don't think, in my opinion, Miami did not need Cam Ward. They did not need Poffenbarger. What they needed was to put Jakari Brown on the field, give him some experience, let him learn, let him grow, let Emory come in, learn, grow. In other words, take your lumps now. What do you have to lose? You're in year 3. All right. But you bring in the $1 million man. You bring in the slam dunk champion, the shirtless dunking champion. You build up the 8 for 23 South Beach savior. Okay. You're going to run Jakari Brown out of town. And then next year, what are you left with? You're left with I guess Emory will be I don't know if he's going to be able to redshirt or not, but best case scenario, redshirt sophomore, worst case, a junior with 2 games or whatever. I'm just saying. And your quarterback room is going to be in total disarray because you put all your eggs in that one basket with Cam Ward. Regardless if he's successful or not, 2025 is going to be horrible in the quarterback room because you have no experience. And they better hope like hell Mr. Brown sticks around. Because if not, I just don't see that the 8 for 23 South Beach savior just does not have the experience to get out there and do it. I'm just saying right now.
Well, John, it's funny because it's like we're going to another year and no competition in the quarterback room. It's a given position, and I thought this, Manny Cristobal said that this was going to be everybody's competing, brother. We compete every day, brother. Right? I thought we were supposed to compete in every position except the quarterback position, and that's again. Things are being given out in this program. Like, no, the quarterback, I don't care if Joe Montana came to this damn program. They have to compete for the position. We're not competing for this position. It's given to one player, and it's like, oh, well, next year it's going to be given to one player. And it's like, no, man, we got to have competition in the quarterback room because right now they're not competing. They know their positions. And it's like, what are we doing here?
Well, all I can say is I hope that Manny the second knows what he's doing, because I promise you this day, August 8th, 2024, that if this little experiment doesn't work, I will be the biggest critic. I will be outspoken because you have the opportunity right now to take care of the future, but you're more worried about bringing in a $1 million quarterback who drops the ball, and a guy, all he can do is, dunk a ball shirtless. You're not even worried about next year. And
I would not attack Marvin, because if this is the way he wants to run the program, this is the way he runs his program. It's all the groupies that have a problem with, right? It's like, shut the hell up. It's like, just shut up. Me, you, and nobody in the fan base knows what the hell's going on with the program. So stop acting like, like you're the end all be all and know everything. It's like, no, none of us know anything. This is
right.
He decided to be the DC his last year. I'm like, hey, that's what he wants. That he's pretty much saying, hey, I'm putting my bleep on the table, and this is the way I'm going to run it. And if that's what he wants, that's what he wants.
Exactly.
You can't do nothing about that. But I'm not going to. Yeah. It's a successor for great, but I'm not going to judge him. I'm going to judge the groupie media.
I mean, I hate to say it, guys, but I mean, it's been 20 years. Something's got to bend, break, or something. Something's got to happen. You know, and it's really starting to get. I don't know how them Georgia fans did it from 81 to a few years ago. I don't know how they did it. But anyway, I think we're going to go ahead and wrap this up because I don't know if there's anything more that we can really say. Shad, you have any last words before we dismiss?
11-1.
Cuban, any last words, sir?
Man, crystal ball. I'm not lying. I am not lying. Man, crystal ball. I'm going to piss so many people off. Ooh, I'm going to get a lot of people mad. I'm ready to see it. I'm sorry, calling me man, crystal ball.
Well, I tell you what, I'll be checking out the X and seeing what's happening. But again, another episode in the series, The Rise of the Fall, where we just covered 2011, and again, for the 8th time, we still see the same thing. You can basically substitute the antics of any one of the last 8 episodes, that's including this one, and you can, interchange it with 2023, 2022, and it's just those of y'all who, Katie, you see why we're such grumpy old men when it comes to Miami and all this BS? I mean, do you understand? And to all you fine folks who are part of the Miami propaganda network, this is why we get upset when you start talking about, this is the best, the last 10 years. And that's the greatest catch I've ever seen in 30 plus years. And, we tried to come up with, a starting lineup from the last 20-year players, and we could only get to like 5 or 6. And nah, bruh. Nah, go try again. At least pull the rosters up. Do your homework. Okay, pull up the rosters because like I said before, if us three, the 3 wise men, if we were to find if we were to create a team to start in 2024 based on the players from the last 20 years, we would have, right now, Shad would have had a College Rule 5 subject notebook full of names, information, stats on why this person does it and this and that. Cuban would have had his shit in a row. Me, I'd have had I would have had everything plastered everywhere. And we're just a bunch of everyday folks. But y'all have these prestigious channels. You have all this backing. You are part of the Miami clique. But that's fine. I don't care. What do I know? I'm just some dumb old bastard, trying to romanticize in the past. Well, guess what, buddy? There hasn't much hasn't changed in the last 20 years, and if you can't come up with the starting lineup, that's your problem.
Don't apologize because they don't apologize.
I'm not apologizing. I'm just trying to stay calm because I refuse to get frustrated and upset with the way these do. I'm just going to stay calm, cool, collective. I ain't going to worry my nerves. But anyway, Shad, Cuban, Katie, Miss Ellen, QB, and Israel. Israel, I appreciate you stopping by, Israel. It's good to see you, man. Y'all good folks over there, bruh. You think we're romanticizing, you ought to check out Ike in Israel. I know Chad and Cuban, y'all have checked them out. I mean, they kind of echo what we say, and we echo what they say. So we both can't be wrong. Yeah, QB, thank you for stopping by. And if anybody was in the back row, or for anybody who watches this or rewatches this, I thank y'all. I appreciate your time. Go check out Shad. He has his round table. Y'all go check out what we have on the Check It Out corner. Oh, Shad, that were you talking about that AM YouTube channel? Because he had AM. I think it's ARTM. He has a lot of good stuff. So y'all, I need to put that on Check It Out corner, but y'all check that out. It's another good guy. And that's really all I got. So with that being said, thank you guys for stopping by. Thank y'all for spending y'all's evening. I'm just glad we got this all done in one day and it didn't carry over into 2 days. Y'all be on the lookout for Shad's roundtable coming up in the next 6, 7, 8 days. And as of now, I'm going to probably shoot for episode 9, 2012. I'm thinking maybe next Monday. I'll let you know. Stay alert, stay tuned. Thank y'all. Cuban, it was good to hear from you and see you again. Thank you, Shad. Y'all know how it is. It's peace, love, and soul. It's all about the you. And we're going to catch y'all next time. Thank you, guys.
Manny Cristobal.
Y'all have a good evening. huh. Uh huh. If you still here, I done caught you listening to the music. I appreciate you doing that. I don't know if anybody's still here, but this is kind of like, a Marvel movie where you stick around after the credits and stuff and they have like a special scene. As you can see, I've done a wardrobe change. I took my shirt off and all my costumes off, but I'm thinking about after the outro finishes, I'm thinking about starting a new segment. Like we'll call it the "What's on Your Mind" segment. I don't know. So it's kind of like the end of Ferris Bueller, where he's like, "You're still here? You're still here? Why are you still here? It's over. Go home." Yada yada yada. But it is what it is. The last time I had this segment, it's been a while, but the hashtag Fly Girls. Oh my gosh, my hair is all crazy. But anyway, yeah, I thought it was a good show tonight. Good stuff. I do appreciate all the fine words. I appreciate all the compliments. It's good to hear people of the caliber of Shad. I hold Shad in high regard. Ike and Israel, I hold them in high regard. Of course, Coach Hayes, and it's really good. It's really good to know that all the time and effort that I spend to make sure that this goes off smoothly. It's really good. It's really good to hear the compliments. It's really good to hear, people who I feel are established YouTube people that, they appreciate what I do. It's really cool to hear that. So I guess everybody has gone home. We don't have any stragglers. Nobody wanted to stick around. They heard the music, said, screw it, I'm out of here. I've had enough of this dude. He's done talked too much. I mean, we're going on like 5 hours. 4 hours. Whoa, not 5 hours. But, if anybody watches this, if anybody watches this and at another time and you happen to make it this far, in the future, if anybody sticks around, we'll have what we call a "What's on Your Mind" segment, where it doesn't have to so much be about Miami. It could be about whatever. I'm not trying to cut in on Coach Hayes' night shift action or the Discord locker room action, which, by the way, let's just see if anything's happening. Well, I could do it on the computer. See if anything's... No, don't leave. Let's see if anything's happening on the Discord right quick. Oh, we do have people on there. Matter of fact, we got some people in the locker room. Matter of fact, you know what I can do? I can do this. I have the capability. So right now, in the locker room, you got Angel, Coach Hayes, Streeter. Oh, Lord, Streeter's in there. Ellen V is in there. Louis Don, Nassau, Shana Boo, as they say. They're all up in there chilling at the locker room, and them people will probably talk until the sun comes up, that's fine. That's cool. But, yeah, I think every so often we'll do this. We'll have a what's on your mind segment. It'll kind of be like it won't be advertised, but it'll be here. So, if there's anything, if you have questions, if you have questions you want to ask me about, so South Coast Kane, what's your favorite, or how did whatever, if you have questions or whatever, we'll keep everything on the up and up. But yeah, I guess everybody has gone home. So yeah, that's what we'll do. I'm sure everybody's gone home. I know Shad's probably put the young one down, but it was good. It was good to have Cuban and Shad on screen again. It's good to have those two guys here. I thought it was cool as hell for Israel to stop by and say hello. You know, and you know, it is kind of hard for me to read these numbers and read these screens and try to keep an eye on the chat. You know, I don't ignore anybody. It's just kind of hard to do all that, you know, but yeah, it is what it is. So I guess everybody has probably called it a night. Nobody stuck around, but yeah, it's cool. It's cool. Had a pretty good turnout tonight. Pretty good turnout. It was so cool to have Israel here. That was so cool. I really like what Israel and Ike are doing there. I like them. They don't, no fluff, no stuff. They're gonna tell you what's on their mind. You know. Matter of fact, you know what I'm gonna do? I need to change. Let me change scenes here. There we go. That way we get that check it out corner. But one thing I've noticed, and I don't know if it's because it's the Rise of the Fall series or because, you know, the channel is adapting and evolving and changing and trying to get better, but I don't seem to have the same folks here that we started with. And, you know, I just don't know. Maybe they're busy. I hope I didn't upset them. But if I did, it is what it is. Haven't seen Bryce in a while. Crip, haven't seen him for a while, but you know. Hell, there was a time when Coach Coop stopped by. But it's cool. It's cool. So I guess if nobody's here, if nobody shows up, then I guess I'm gonna go ahead and take that off. Yeah, we'll do that. If nobody shows up in the next, say, minute, I'll probably go ahead and just end this thing. So if anybody watches this in the future, I might start this "What's on Your Mind" segment after the outro. And I know the outro this week was a little bit long. It was almost 7-8 minutes. It was a little Messier 87 Odessa ambience. It's an old song. It's probably, good Lord, I got that from back in the danceindustries.com days. That's probably been 10 years. 12 years, 13 years. It's been a while. But I kind of like to keep the music fresh. It's always changing. Depends on what mood I'm in. You never know what style we're going to play. But all right, well, we're about to hit the 4-minute mark, so we're going to go ahead and end this. Again, thank y'all for stopping by. Thank y'all for the kind words. And next week, 2010, I think I'm going to title it The 8 Pillars of Performance. That will be the title. So, all right. Thank y'all. Peace, love, and soul. Go Canes. We're going to catch y'all next time. Bye.